Unmute. Always remember to unmute.
Good morning. The first ever YouTube channel video ever that starts by the words unmute. Look who we've got. Perchy, welcome back. How are you, mate? I know that it was a good end to 2024 for you personally. So how you feeling, man?
No, look, I'm really good at the moment. First shout out, Merry Three Kings Day to anyone in Spain. It's Three Kings Day. This is like Christmas Day in Spain. Today's the Christmas Day. This is like the big one. So yeah, big up everyone there. Let's have a chat. Hope you're well as well, mate.
Mate, I'm good. I want to start by saying I woke up this morning and the first thing I do is probably what everyone says not to do. I wake up and I'm like, right, we did the Spurs review last night. Let's see what comments we got. And normally I'm scrolling through going, God, yeah, whatever. Two stuck out to me, Perchy. One comment I got said this is typical Savva. He's so knee-jerk, right? And I'm like, knee-jerk? Haven't I been saying this for over a year? But anyway, that was half funny. The next one said this, Perchy. I've got to read this. I found this truly comical. This is from a grown man, by the way. In his picture, he looks to be a grown man. And it says this. It says, this channel, Football Heritage TV, is absolute comedy gold. Let's say they do back him. Players return, players are added, and results dramatically improve. Make sure you keep that energy. But we know you won't, because you turn faster than milk in the sun. Perchy, have you turned quicker than milk in the sun, or has this been a bloody long time now?
I mean, I'm almost impressed by that comment, by the way. Like, they've sat there and thought about it. Like, you know, sometimes you get comments going, you're a dick. You go, okay, cool, like, that's fine. But at least someone's actually put the effort to think of an insult. Respect to that one. Respect to that gentleman for actually coming up with something unique. But back to the sort of initial question, right? The initial question was, have we turned? Look, me and you were doing streams against Chelsea. Me, you, Haz was back on there. Big up Haz. We sat there and done that Chelsea game and went, question already. That was the we didn't turn whenever. I don't know where this knowledge is, but the question marks started rising, going, hang on a minute, why are we not defending here? We've lost 2 men. We're down to 9 men. I think if I'm right in saying, someone in the chat will correct me, but it was at 1-1 when we went down to 9 men.
Yep.
It was 1-1 when you went, do you know what? Let's take a point here. Let's kill the game, take a point, make them work for it. We sat on the halfway line, and from that point, things started to unravel. And you watch the way that we play, and you go, nothing's really changed. Nothing's really changed. And I hear all the time, the notion of injuries. Well, when do we get our players back? But doesn't make sense, because we're losing games when our players are back. Do you know what I mean? I don't get it. Yeah. I think people are in a really weird state at the moment with this manager and this club at the moment.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And look, we're going to talk about, I've said, you know, it's a huge week for Spurs, and obviously it's a cup week, right? We've got that we can sit here and talk about Ange all day. We'll get to Ange a bit later. What I'd like to encourage in these shows is let's get some questions from people in the chat as well. Maybe you want to hear Perchy's opinion instead of my tired old opinion, which has been correct for well over a year. But, you know, let's see if you want to get Perchy's opinion. Let's get some questions in as well. And Perchy, I do want to, before we move on, through the power of technology, it's almost like we set this up. What you were referring to at Chelsea, I believe, by the way, am I dark today? Does this look, I feel like I look
I thought it was me. I was dark.
Yeah, I feel like we both look a bit dark. I've got loads of lights on, so I'm not sure. Anyway, and I would open the window, but I'll tell you what, have a look at this, mate. This is the UK today. I don't know if you'll be able to see.
Bit of snow? Is that a bit of snow I see?
No, it's wet.
Oh, is it just the glare?
Yeah.
That's Spain today. If you can see that, I probably can't. That's Spain today. Yes, it's a little bit brighter, but it's still cold, but it's brighter.
So this is what Perchy was referring to, ladies and gentlemen. And Perchy will tell me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not. It's this.
Yes.
I have This is the moment, Perchy. As I said, this wasn't the moment I went, I don't like this manager. This is the moment, as you said, that I went, red flag. Red, massive red flag. And it's the same as any relationship you have in life, whether it's work, personal, whatever it is. When you're watching a film, right? You watch a film, the first 15 minutes, you normally, I like this, or I'm not sure. It's, that red flag, you're thinking, all right, new manager, first defeat. Maybe he's just saying this to save face. He's just saying this to get the fans on side. Perchy, he bloody meant what he said that day, didn't he? He really meant it.
It was. I mean, for me, it was probably the second red flag. I think the first one was Fulham in the cup, when he basically played a load of players that he got rid of literally the week later, which didn't really make any sense. That was more of an orange flag. I wouldn't say it was a red flag. It was an orange. That was one of those where you go, okay, give him the credit, give him the benefit of the doubt. This one for me was, okay, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Don't do it again. That was when you do it, you go, you've tried it. It hasn't worked. Don't do it again. But we keep on doing that. And it doesn't matter if we've got 10 players on the pitch, 11 players on the pitch. Heck, we could have 14 players on the pitch. If you defend like that, you're going to concede goals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, some people disagree. I mean, some people, if I'm not wrong, Coglou was the one who came out after that, right, and said that we're winning at life. Is that
don't.
Right.
Don't.
Now,
that's mad.
Now, this is what makes me laugh, and this is where the fan base for me first started to split. Because that winning at life comment makes, listen, probably me and you are very similar in that aspect. Me and you go, what? Shut up. Do you know what I mean? Come on, mate. You don't believe that yourself. Other fans go, we're proud. We did this. And look, even in the chat now, look, big up to good morning to all of you. I will get some questions in a little bit. But even someone like Ken has said here, look, Savva, if we sat back against Chelsea with 9 men, would have been battered more. But Ken, how many teams go down to 9 men or 10 men and you see very nearly grind out a result, grind out a draw?
Liverpool was the example against us, right? Yeah, we won the game in the end, but let's be fair with it. Liverpool we nicked it in the death, right? They took it to the last kick of the game, right?
Yeah.
So Liverpool, by the way, we're not sitting here saying that when you go down to 9 men that you're going to go and beat Chelsea. But don't make it easy for them, right? Isn't that the key bit?
Yeah. And by the way, about 30 seconds before we went live, Perchy did say to me, we're both wearing white T-shirts. And I did say to him, let me go and change. And he went, nah, it's all right. And basically, we're waving the white flag for the manager, as they do in Spain. Flag.
We surrender with the manager because it doesn't matter what happens anymore.
Yeah. But Ash, thank you very much for discussing our coordinated wardrobe. It's just something us YouTubers do. Good morning to you. Good morning. Lots of people saying good morning to you, Perchy. It's nice to see you back. Listen, let's move away from the Chelsea high line. As I think the reason I bring that up, I have that as a saved picture purely because when people tell me they like what he does, I point to that and go, no other manager does this.
Can I just raise one point, by the way? 10-13, Reezy said, why do you keep referring to that Chelsea game? And explain we needed to stick to our principles. The one thing I will say on that point...
Oh, this guy.
But when we talk about principles, that's like saying, okay, I'll give you an analogy. If I said, well, me driving 60 miles an hour in a 40 zone is my principle, doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it doesn't mean it works. Because you're just going to get ticket after ticket and get banned for driving in. Do you get what point? When we talk about principles, surely his principle is for Tottenham to get as many points as they can, not sticking to what he thinks is right.
Do you know what as well? I feel like what I'm using this word a lot lately, Perchy, conflating. Right?
Yeah.
I feel like we're conflating arguments again.
Mm-hmm.
If the principle of the football club is attacking football, I've got nothing wrong with that. If your principle, if your main guideline is to be attacking, fine. But what people like Reezy, and Reezy has never, ever critiqued Ange. We could lose 9-0 this weekend, right, to Tamworth. He would find a reason that it's not Ange's fault, right? It will be Maddison's fault or something, right? When you are down to 9 men, sometimes you have to look and go, right, yes, we know what our overriding principles and goals are. But you know what? In this moment, we need to just pivot away from that a little bit. We need to say, right, abandon gung-ho football. We've got 9 men. Now, when people say, again, let me bring this picture up again. When people say, if we had sat back, we'd get battered. You've got to remember at the time, Perchy, and we were doing the watch-along, Chelsea weren't good, i.e. they were in terrible form. Yeah. Their first 10 games of the season was terrible. Everyone going into that game said we're going to batter them, right? The problem is, if you do this, right, you are saying every single time they play that ball over the top, it's 50-50 for an offside and if they score, right? So you are balancing the odds on 50-50. If you put 9 men behind the ball and have 2 solid banks of 4, you're at least saying to them, you aren't through on goal. Make the goal yourself. You know what I mean? You are saying to them,
hit a 30-yarder.
Right. Like what we did against Liverpool.
Yes.
Right. When Liverpool said, right, we've only got 9 men, break us down. And you know what? They were, 30 seconds away from playing out an hour with, I think it was an hour or so, for playing out an hour with 10 and about 40 minutes with 9 men. They were a minute away from doing it, and we were saved. Our brushes were saved. Chelsea went 4-1, and let's be fair, Perchy, that game should have been about 9-1. That game, they had chance after chance. So I don't think that our fans quite understand the difference between a philosophy, a principle, and this manager's job is to win points and get results.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that's why you see a lot of managers that do look at what... Thing is this is what I've always said about a manager that is a tactician, that looks at what we've got and goes, this is the way I'm going to get the most points out of us. For me, it feels like a vanity project for the manager to go, well, this is what I do. Hang on, we're not, no disrespect to lower league clubs. We're not some non-league team that this is just for him as a little project for him to show that he can play it. We should be expecting more out of our football club, not just going, now, well, the manager thinks it's right, so we just stick by it. That's the only thing for me.
No, absolutely. And by the way, I am, if people are putting in questions, I am, as I go along, saving them. Please don't think I'm not. I will get to them after Perchy and I have had a general chat. Someone not happy with Perchy. Oh, Perchy.
What have I done wrong?
How could you do this, Perchy? How could you have a driving analogy?
How can you use an analogy to prove a... No. I love YouTube, by the way. You lot are hilarious.
I know. It is very funny, isn't it? I mean, when you... Honestly, Perchy, do you know what? As we started about a year ago, remember we started saving all the ridiculous comments? Do you remember? We was like...
That was funny.
And we started doing it with YouTube videos as well. We started saving the thumbnails to these ridiculous videos of people going, why Solanke's perfect for Ange ball. Then when Solanke's not banging in goals for fun, it's, but he's a sacrificial lamb and he doesn't suit the system. You're like, whoa. Hang on. We were doing videos as to why this guy made sense. And look, Perchy, I'm going to get some questions in a minute. Before we do, look, I want to talk about Hsings' comments yesterday. Now, I only saw the headlines to it yesterday before my Spurs review show. Then afterwards, people started sending to me a few more, a bit more of the kind of inner, a bit more of the actual data, actually more of the detail within what he said. And he's turning around and he's saying things like, what did he say? He said Spurs are still in the competitions. He said Spurs are, this was it. Sorry. He said Spurs are still chasing top 4 under this manager. I mean, Perchy, with all the best will in the world, we're 12 points off top 4. Are we getting to the stage now where this is now really good media PR spin for Ange versus the reality of the situation?
But you know my thoughts on the whole PR with Ange. This man is the best. He has the best PR team. I wish I had his PR team because this man can do no wrong in certain people's eyes. For me, for me, the best way I look at it is I think this is probably more of a. You hear this all the time. His job is 100% safe. We've heard it not just Tottenham, with so many other managers. And then the week after they lose, they have a big loss and they get sacked. So I don't take a lot of it from face value. Let's be fair. If we lose the next 3 or 4 games, surely he can't be here. Let's just say, for hypothetical, we lose to Liverpool, then we get battered by Tamworth. Not saying we will, because people already will say, "Oh, you're saying that." Not saying we'll, because I expect us. We should be beating Tamworth. There's no excuses there. But let's just say he loses to Tamworth. There is no way in hell that man has a job after that game. Surely not, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that we were talking about this on the show last night, and it's all well and good someone like Ornstein coming out and saying these nice things, but if you get battered to Liverpool, then you lose the North London derby to Arsenal. At what stage do you go, you can't just keep going that way. You can't. Yeah. And this whole notion is based on wait till players come back who we were losing with and had the worst start to a Premier League season ever anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like,
no, I get it. I hear a lot. I've been hearing a lot of people saying, well, he's still in all competitions. Let's be fair with it. When did Daniel Levy, because he's the one that makes the decision, ever care about us winning a Carabao Cup? When was that ever? He didn't. He didn't even put it when he had that forum. He didn't put that in his top 5 achievements at Tottenham of him under his tenureship. So why do people genuinely think that? Oh well, because he's in the cup is the reason why he's still here. No, I think this is more. I hear a lot of this at the moment when I'm hearing people go, well, look, he's backing him. The same people, certain people that are sitting there screaming, well, Daniel Levy hasn't backed a manager, yet he's retaining probably one of the worst managers I've ever seen at this club. It's becoming more detrimental, but I still will stand by it. I know at the beginning of the season I predicted he'll stay. I think he'll be gone. But look, let's see. I genuinely don't know anymore.
Yeah. By the way, one of my other favourite comments was someone was very upset with Danny from my show last night. Really upset about the flippant comment of any of us could win a title managing Celtic. Someone was really, really annoyed that he said that.
Don't the Celtic stuff. Do you know what's good? You know when you tell somebody a statistic and you hear it randomly pop up on a channel? When I brought that one up, the 60% of the SPL budget is spent by Celtic. I actually sat there and researched it, and actually, when Ange was in charge, they spent 60% of the whole budget. But I mean, they've got a bigger difference at Celtic. It doesn't really care for me, but
I mean, if I look at the Scottish Premiership. Do you know how many points Celtic are clear?
I'm going to say 8.
I mean, keep going.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
13. So
Celtic, they lost the other day.
After 20 games of football, Celtic are 13 points clear and have conceded 7 goals in 20 games, right? Bearing in mind, Cameron Carter-Vickers, right? Is one of their main centre halves. But this is what we're basing. Well, it worked there. Yeah, of course it worked there. Okay. Would you expect? Here's a question: who's top of the Championship? Who's top of the Championship?
I remember
Leeds.
Leeds. Yeah. So they're on a good run, aren't they? Yes.
Would Leeds, with this squad they've got, win the Scottish Premiership? There's a good question for you, Perchy.
They'd be competitive, definitely.
They wouldn't be 13 points behind.
No, they'd be competitive.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Now, if Leeds came up to the Premier League right now and played Ange ball, they wouldn't be competitive. This is the difference.
But as I say, Ange relegates 14 out of the 20 teams in this Premier League. Playing the way that he plays. I stand by it. As I said, I think he doesn't relegate us. He doesn't relegate the 2 Manchester clubs, Chelsea, Arsenal, Aston Villa. Maybe 7. I'd say 7. Maybe even Newcastle. He doesn't 7. So 13. But even with Villa and Newcastle, there'd be a conversation about it. But that's the problem, right? Like people. This is why when I hear a lot of knee jerk about Spurs are in a relegation battle. No, we're not.
Yeah,
we're not.
No.
We're not. We're nowhere near a relegation battle because we will win. What Ange is good at, the one thing he's good at is nicking a result here and there. So he'll go and win against insert team, but then we'll lose the next two. But we will win just enough amount of games because we don't draw many games. So he'll win enough games to stay in the but the fact that that's even a conversation is terrifying.
No, absolutely. Look, let's get some comments and stuff. Look, but before we do, listen, by the way, I've starred about 17 different comments.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah, there's some great ones, some funny ones, some that just mug me off. I don't mind it. I used to hate being mugged off. Now I'm like, oh, yeah.
Badge of honour, mate.
It is a badge of honour, especially when I've been bloody right with everything I've said for well over a year, and people still want to hate it. Oh, you love this. No, I don't. I'm just right because I'm not in cloud cuckoo land. I'm an honest fan. Perchy, just quickly before we move on, we have signed a goalkeeper. I know lots of people are getting well excited now.
We've signed
mate. We've signed a goalkeeper. Look at this. See, this is actually written in his Wikipedia page. I kid you not, Perchy.
Oh no, this is.
I kid you not.
I'm waiting for this.
Right, this is on his Wikipedia page. Right, it says there he was Look, I'm not clever enough to do what's on this screen. He was repeatedly called the greatest Czech goalkeeping talent of his generation. From that, everyone's seen a 3-4 minute video, and we're all experts on him. What do you make about the first signing being a keeper when we've already got 5 or 6? Second of all, do you think this man comes in and is he going to challenge Vicario, or is this another one where we hear excuses as to why he's not ready for the Premier League and blah, 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 blah?
Look, this goalkeeper, before anyone, I have no idea about this guy. Normally, I know quite a bit. This guy, I have no idea. But look, first of all, I hear this every single time, by the way. This goalkeeper comes in, is going to challenge X number 1 keeper. Heard it about Galini. He was meant to challenge, did nothing. Yeah. Heard it about this. I could list off names that would say that. List off names that would do. For me, this goalkeeper is the archetypal number 2. He will be the number 2. The problem is when does he get games? Because we don't necessarily seem to play. We never used to play Fraser Forster. Really, did we? Played him in a couple of Europa League games, and only when Vicario got injured. Now, my concern would be here is my asking, if we signed him, why did we extend Forster's contract when we did? Why? When did we know about this kid? If this kid was good enough, well, he's 21, by the way. He's not. Yes, he's young as a goalkeeper. He's a kid still, but
he's played first team football, European football, international football. Like he's played.
But my question will be then is, if he's that good, then we would have known about him. Why did we not sign him in the summer? But then it flips on to, well, then what? Why we kept the likes of? Have we only kept the likes of Austin and Whiteman? By the way, have probably the best career ever. By the way, only because you're. I have no begrudgings to them two. Them two literally get paid 10 grand a week to do a bit of training once a week.
They're living the dream.
Oh, 100%.
Like when they finish football, right? They're going to be very rich men. Now, don't get me wrong. From a professional sporting point of view, you want to turn around and say, when you're older and someone says, what do you do? Oh, I used to be a footballer. Yeah, I played 497 appearances in the Football League, right? Or the Premier League. As opposed to, I made 4 sub appearances in my entire career, but I earned 20 grand a week doing it. Like,
it's mad.
It's absolute madness. I'm going to find out what they're earning.
They're both on 10 grand a week. They're on 10 grand a week, them two. They signed. Yeah, they are. They're on 10 grand a week. The pair of them.
Wow.
They're in our first team. They're our lowest paid players in our first team squad.
Wow. I'm just looking at all the Spurs.
Austin, by the way, signed a 5-year contract recently. If I'm right,
Brandon Austin's on 15.
Oh, 15. Sorry. Okay.
No, I mean, when you split it, you're right, because Whiteman's on 7.5.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, I find it quite funny that I'm just looking here. Bergval's only on 15. Wilson Odeber's only on 25. And I know this sounds mad, Perchy, that two human beings sitting here going, God, he only makes 25k a week. But like it goes to show, doesn't it? When people are going, oh, it's a youth project, I think what they mean is it's a slashing the wages.
Yeah, 100%.
Project.
Of course it was.
But look, for me, here's the last question before we go on to about Kinski. Before we go on to some of the starred questions. Wednesday night, League Cup semi-final at home. Brandon Austin did well. I mean, I think people are going well overboard about how he did, but he did well. Does he start, or do you turn around to your keeper that apparently we've been scouting and that we wanted as our first choice signing? Do we turn around and go, right, straight into the 11? Because that's what I want to see. Sign these players, get them in.
Look, I have to agree with you. Like, if you're going to sign a keeper, we don't know enough about him. You expect, I mean, I say that, you expect the club to know about this guy. I thought Austin, by the way, credit to him, I thought he did actually relatively well. He wasn't the reason we lost to Newcastle. But for me, as you say, you brought in a goalkeeper. You've spent money on a goalkeeper that, as you say, everyone's talking about generational and all this, all those buzzwords. He's got to start, but he won't. There'll be an excuse why he doesn't. And then what? When does he get a game? Like, for me, this is the right time to do it. Drop him into the deep end. Drop him in the deep end. Go on. If you're as good as the world is saying, go on, show us. Listen, and the thing is it could come to that position where you go, okay, hang on a minute. Wow, he's a good goalkeeper. You know what I mean? You could get one or two. You could go, wow, okay, now I want to see more of this kid because he could become a better goalkeeper doing it. But look, we know how this manager operates. He doesn't sort of do the obvious. So it could... Alfie Whiteman is probably going to end up starting then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see the prediction of what this new goalkeeper is on. Yeah. We're probably not paying him. He's probably got free tickets for his family to go on the Sky Walk or whatever that thing's called. Probably. Look, let's get to some comments. Big up to Lee, by the way. How you doing, man? Savva and Perchy sitting in a tree talking about Ange and the Spurs misery.
I like that. Let's go get on.
But the thing is, apparently, Lee, it's not Spurs misery. Apparently, it's okay.
No, we're
apparently, great. It's part of the plan. And my mate Ben, don't forget, Perchy, we've got to get to the bottom of the V to come back up.
And he never clarified what the bottom of the V is. Is the bottom of the V actually getting relegated? Like, do we have to? Is the process for us to get relegated and start again?
What will happen is we could lose the next 5. The moment we win for the first time in forever, 2 games back to back, it will be, see,
we're going up now.
What makes me laugh is when you've got overwhelming evidence that shows how crap we've been for 15 months, everyone dismisses it. When you win a couple of games, it's, there you go. Like, well, hang on. If I give you 15 months and you're ignoring it, but you give me 2 wins in a week at some point and suddenly this is my evidence that we're better. Anyway, get some, if you want a question, put a Q or a super chat or whatever, so I know, blah, 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 blah. All I will say is, likes and subscribers, people. We've got 400 in the chat, only 73 likes. When I go into channels for other fan bases, not Spurs, their likes ratio is brilliant. Every channel I'm in, they like. Here, you have to ask people to like your show.
Mad.
Madness. Perchy. Let's, by the way, Singularity said Czech is currently 42nd in the FIFA World Ranking. They were the football powerhouse 12th in 1990. Yeah, back in the 90s, the Czechs had some wonderful footballers.
Pavel Nedved. What a player.
Even remember Karol Poborski that came and played for Man United and people like that. Yeah, guys and girls, has anyone checked the milk carton to see if Yang's picture has been posted? Guy's gone missing since the 1st of January. Well, maybe we might see him this year. Let's see if that little plea. Yeah, we managed to get 24 more likes. Please do subscribe. We are closing in actually quite quickly on 15,500. And please, would one of my mods whack Perchy's channel in the chat. If Perchy, you want to do it, you feel free to do it.
Yeah.
Please, please, please do.
On the road to 2.6 again after YouTube decided to clear about 100 subscribers of me the other day. What's that about?
When YouTube do that, isn't it a heart in mouth moment? I woke up the other day and went, hang on, where's 40 of those subs gone overnight? And then it was like, oh, YouTube have had a cull.
Do you know what was even more scary? It was after I put a video out and I thought, shit, if I said something in the video that everyone just hates now, it's like gone. I was like, oh, it's heartbreaking.
Absolutely. And listen, we've got to do it because Perchy is a European Cup winner on Football Manager.
I am.
And could probably do a better job than Ange. Let's get to some comments, Perchy.
Come on, let's do it. Come on.
You know me. I'll get some good ones, some bad ones, some ugly ones. One of the first comments that did make me laugh was this one. Would you swap Spurs being successful for half the content and subscribers? Now, for me, Perchy, if you were asking this question to League Gunner, right, to Rants and Bants, to We Are Tottenham TV, people that have got over 100,000 subscribers, then I think you've got a question. You're asking me as though my subscribers make me 10. You're asking me as though I make as much money a week as Whiteman and Austin, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd love to know. Like, I don't know how much money people think YouTubers make. At this level, it ain't a lot. When you get to the 100,000, 200,000, yeah, they're living well.
That's money,
but,
yeah.
Would I swap Spurs being successful for half the content and subscribers? No. There you go. A simple answer for me. No. There you go. Happy with that?
Yeah, makes sense.
Someone said the other day, would you rather have 1 million subscribers or Spurs win the league? I'll have 1 million subscribers, please.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for that question. Daniela, this was just an interesting one, Perchy. What are your thoughts?
So won 5 treble. Yeah, exactly. What an amazing achievement, by the way. Didn't Neil Lennon win at Celtic? I'd have him. Let's get Neil Lennon in. If we're going for Celtic managers, our mate Pete, by the way, wanted Brendan Rodgers. Get Brendan Rodgers in. I'm on the Brendan Rodgers hype now.
The funny thing was, Perchy, at the time, I remember Brendan Rodgers was one of the favourites to be the Spurs manager. And I remember everyone sat there going, didn't they? Everyone, listen, me, going, oh, Brendan Rodgers. This is a guy that had won an FA Cup, finished second in a Premier League title race.
Yep.
And we're all going, oh, no. But Ange, who's won a treble in Celtic, everyone's going, but look what he does wherever he goes.
It's PR, mate. It's PR, mate. That should be my new. That's gonna be my new tagline. I want it on the t-shirt. It's PR, mate.
Dan Harris, big up my man Dan, and said, someone told me today we can't change our manager mid-season. I cited the bounce from Redknapp, Jose, and Conte, and he just told me I'm wrong because he's an Essex women's under-21 coach. Perchy, forgetting the Essex women's under-21 coach part, I think it's difficult because lots of people are going, oh, well, look at Man United. They've changed managers. It hasn't worked. But there's many examples, as Dan says, at our own club where changing a manager has worked. One day Ramos joined us mid-season, won the League Cup. The next season, Redknapp joined us, took us from bottom up to 8th. Conte joined us, took us from nowhere to 4th. So there are examples of it working. What do you make of the mid-season change?
Well, I mean, it's madness, right? Like, overwhelmingly, when you replace a manager struggling with a new manager, normally it goes like that. Historically, it goes like that, right? Use Chelsea. They won a Champions League, their first ever Champions League, with Roberto Di Matteo in charge. So my point is this is what I don't get it. Like, there is more evidence that replacing a manager with a new manager does well. I'll use an example of Wolves right now. Wolves are starting to get results at the moment since getting their new manager in. So it's, for me, I don't get the nonsense, right? I don't get it, because if this manager was anyone else, if we had Graham Potter in charge right now and he was performing like this, there'll be a collective agreement. This manager's crap. Get him out. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get what this manager has done for people to go, I see what's going on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I don't get it.
Completely agree with you. Yes, Spurs rule. Sorry, I'm just like Levy. Yes. If that's your takeaway, yes, me choosing having a comfortable life over me being able to brag to my mates at the age of 42 that Spurs have won a league title. I wonder what's more important to me.
Yeah.
Can you imagine me saying, I'm not going to say my wife's name, but can you imagine me saying to the wife, Perchy, how much money you earned this month? Not a lot, but do you know what, love? Tell the mortgage company Spurs won the league.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
It's like I love the sort of tunnel vision. By the way, with football fans are incredible. By the way, football fans are incredible. Like it's like the only thing that matters is us winning league. Like, hang on, we all live in worlds where we have to actually find a way to make money, and if living off YouTube money is what we have to do, then we've got to do it. Like money's money, right?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, big up Philly. Absolutely. Look at Roma since they sacked their manager. Roma couldn't buy a win. Roma are now not losing games of football. And again, Philly, you're bang on. The thing is, when we say there's levels to it. So if we don't know, what was Ruben Amorim's remit? Was it come in and for the rest of this season, we know Man United, let's say we're Man United, we know we're not getting top 4. The remit for the rest of this season, completely drilling your tactics into this team. And then in January and the summer, we buy you players to complement that. I mean, right? What would a new manager's remit be at Spurs? For me, a new manager's remit is make us a team. Just give us... I don't think we've got an identity.
Just make us hard to beat. That's all I want. Because there's nothing wrong with... Thing is I hear the nonsense about Harry Kane all the time. All the time I hear about Harry Kane. Goal scoring's not our issue. And just to sort of roll back to Ranieri, it's ironic, isn't it? We talk about getting rid of a manager. What did Leicester do the season after Leicester won the league? The season after, when it was going like that,
sacked him. Yeah, they sacked him.
Got rid of him. They had. Let's be fair with it. Leicester fans had every right to be annoyed more about that. They won him. He won him the league. He should have a statue outside of Leicester, right? And they got rid of him. Ange hasn't done anything at Tottenham to be justifying that level of protection.
Yeah. By the way, I am starring a loads of these questions, so I don't know what's your time frame, Perchy? How long you got this morning,
mate? Take as long as you want. I'm good all morning.
Sod it. We're doing a 24-hour without.
Oh God, here we go. No, charity stream back.
We're not. I've got debate Savva at 6. I might move it to 5:30, and then this evening, guys, we are doing a watch along on Big Up. I really enjoy my watch alongs on Big Up, by the way, because they're not Spurs watch alongs, Perchy. They're always relaxed.
Just chilled, right?
There's no infighting. And tonight is Wolves v Forest, which is a good game, actually, because Wolves have another example of a manager who's come in and turned it round. Wolves. And Nottingham Forest are flying. So this should be a really good game. Mama Flossie, you've not been here in a while. Good morning to you. Welcome to the toxic channel that just spreads facts. Welcome to you. As Phil says, absolutely, if I click on it. Look at Wolves, Victor Pereira. 2 wins, 1 draw. He could be the difference between going down. Well, Phil, those 7 points in that time frame, right? If we have a look at the Premier League table, present, share screen. I always talk through my process of getting it on the screen. If we look at this, let me remove me and Perchy. If we look at the table, can't believe that where we are. No, that's not that one. If we look at Wolves, right? Have a look at Wolves, right? That 7 points has taken them from being in less than double digits, right, to being outside the drop zone with a game in hand. Now, I don't think Wolves are going to go down, Perchy. I think Wolves have got enough quality throughout their squad. But you got 2 examples. You got 3 examples there, right? You've got Southampton, who for me, I don't care which. For me, Southampton have not got a Premier League squad. All the damage has been done. That manager's got the impossible task.
Yes.
You've got Leicester, who changing managers hasn't worked. Leicester fans will probably point to they've had some really tough games in the last 4 or 5 days. But Wolves, it has worked. So it swings and roundabouts as to whether getting rid of a manager works or not. But that shouldn't be the reason you keep a bad manager.
But what the managers come in and identified is we score goals here. They've scored. If you look at compared, they've got the most goals. If you exclude Tottenham and Brentford in 11th and 12th, they've scored the most goals in the bottom half, minus those two. So say the bottom 8, they've scored the most goals. Their issue was never about. They're a similar situation to Tottenham. Their issue was not about scoring goals. Their issue was about defending. They've conceded more goals than Ipswich this season. So all he's done is tighten up at the back, be harder to beat. The likes of Cunha, Hwang Hee-chan will get us goals this season. And Wolves will be fine. I think Wolves should never have been in a relegation battle. For me, they're too good. They are the archetypal mid-table team right now. They should be anywhere between 9th and 13th. They are a mid-table. They should never have been that far down. But as you say, in the space of 3 games, they've almost doubled their points tally. And at a click of a finger, boom, they're in the conversation again.
Mate, absolutely. And as Ben says, this is the one thing. Wolves are 8 points off us. Wolves will go 5 points behind Spurs if they win tonight against Nottingham Forest.
Yeah.
Let that sink in. Gary O'Neill, they'll be 5 points off us. Crystal Palace, everyone at the beginning of the season saying to me, see, Glasner was just a new manager. Bounce, look how bad he's done. Crystal Palace are what? 3 points off Tottenham Hotspur? Am I right? Crystal Palace, 3 points behind Spurs. West Ham United, whose manager is the favourite, Perchy, to get the sack in the Premier League, are 1 point behind Tottenham Hotspur. And our fans, absolutely. Do you remember our fans were going, you said their transfer window was good. Well, they're 1 point behind the mighty Tottenham Hotspur, so I'm not really sure what's going on. Let me get some comments. By the way, Tom Barkley has said, new Tottenham signing, Antonin Kinski, featuring against Liverpool on Wednesday in the Carabao Cup semi-final first leg, is viewed as unlikely at the moment because he is still yet to receive a work permit, which can take up to 48 hours to receive. I fully expect to see him in goal against Tamworth. I fully expect to see him. Right. Now, Tamworth, just quickly going off on a tangent. Tamworth are a team, right? I've been doing some homework. And you know Graham in our group chat?
Yes, yeah.
Graham watches non-league. Like, Graham knows the non-league better than the... He said to us that what Tamworth are very good at is their set pieces are brilliant, right? Bearing in mind, we're talking about a National League team here, right? And that their biggest weapon is the long throw. So they've got a guy called, somebody in the chat, can you find out for me? There's a guy at Tamworth who's got a long throw like the days of Rory Delap. Do you remember?
Yeah.
So I'm sure, I think you're trying to find it right now, aren't you?
I was just quickly type it in quickly. Tom Tonks?
Yes, that's it. Tonks. That's it. Tom Tonks. That's the greatest
Love the name, by the way.
In their history. His parents they could have had so much fun with his first name, with a surname being Tonks, couldn't you? Anyway, so Spurs and defending, long front. Can you see a world, Perchy? We'll go back to the questions in a minute. Can you see a world in which Tamworth bully us from set pieces and long throws?
Oh, no, I've already told you. You're a betting man. I know that. I definitely know you're a betting man. The bet on the Tamworth game is Spurs to win, both teams to score. That is the bet, right? Both teams we are conceding against Tamworth. It is written in the stars. They will go 1-0 up and we will somehow manage a 2-1 win. Oh, someone's just put in the chat, we're getting tonked. Oh, no. That's brilliant. Fair play, Andrew W. We're going to get tonked. I love it. Oh, Tommy Tonkings is another one in the chat. Brilliant.
Right. Let's do it. Everyone in the chat, what's the best pun you can come up with that involves the word tonks or
get them in. We'll read them out later, I think. Get them all in. That'll be quality.
God. Right. Let's, by the way, lots of reports today that Matheus Cunha has signed a new long-term contract at Wolves. Wow. If he has, fair play to him and fair play to Wolves, because surely Wolves would have put something in his contract that says, if we sell you, it's going to be, I don't know, 80 million north. You know what I mean?
Well, the player, if he's signing a new deal, there is no way there will be a a contract like a relegation contract. If Wolves go down, he can go for insert money, or if he goes to a Champions League team, it will be this price tag. So I don't understand why he would sign a new deal unless he had those guarantees. But fair play to him. Fair play to Wolves, by the way. That's the sort of signing you go, do you know what? Keep a hold of him. He'll be worth money. So I think fair play to Wolves.
No,
that's
absolutely.
The sort of play you should be
by the
getting.
way, Dan's saying, haven't West Ham lost less than us? I mean, look, let me show you. I mean, again, this is such another embarrassing stat for Tottenham Hotspur. If you
three teams, right?
If you look at this Premier League table, look at it. Brighton have lost 4 in 20, right? Brighton, yes, they've drawn a lot of games, but Brighton have only lost 4 in 20. So they lose what? 1 in every 5. Not even that, right? Fulham, who lost their best player in the transfer window in Paulinho, right? Fulham have lost 4 games, right? Villa, who people were telling me the other day, Emery's not doing that great.
Oh, don't.
3 points off Champions League football, only lost 5 games, right? Bournemouth, 6 games, sorry. Bournemouth have only lost 5 games, right? Now look at it. Crystal Palace have lost 7. They've lost 3 less games than Tottenham. And people are going, I wouldn't want Glasner. I'll have Glasner all day, every day. And then Everton. Everton have lost 8 games, right? Now, Ipswich have lost the same amount of games as Tottenham, and Ipswich have just been promoted. And 18 months ago, Perchy, Ipswich were a League One football club.
Yeah. When we signed Ange, they were technically still in League One. They hadn't madness.
Right. Yeah, when we got Ange, they had just been promoted from League One to the Championship, and they've now lost the same amount of games as Tottenham in 20 games. Now, listen, anyway, I'll get to all the Tonk references in a minute.
Some good ones.
The Tonky Tonk man.
I like that.
Tonks are gonna tonk Spurs. I love setting a little challenge. Mark said long throw. Yes, they have got an artificial pitch, by the way. They have. So long throw, artificial pitch. The excuses are endless. If Spurs don't go and batter Tamworth 5-0, there's got to be questions being asked. But anyway, wait, Tommy, just tonk it. Like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Rory did that special. Perchy, let's get a few more comments. I'll pick them out at random.
Let's go for it.
Amari, big up Amari. I said, can Ange do anything to change your mind? Perchy?
Win games of football consistently. It ain't hard, is it? Go and win. Yeah. Go on a 6, 8, 7, 8 game winning streak. And I go, do you know what? Maybe things have changed. But I'll be honest. I'm at the stage now when I don't care really what people say. But I'm kind of so far gone with this manager. It will take a lot for me to go, okay, I see what he's doing. But the problem is every step where I've gone, okay, change my mind, hasn't done. We go and win a couple of games and then we go and lose 4 or 5. It's like, what's the point? But yeah, win games of football. That's literally all needs to happen.
For me, the answer, yes, the obvious answer for what Perchy said, absolutely. For me, adapt.
Yeah.
For me, just show that you've got an understanding of your opposition. As I said, Perchy, I'm guessing you watched Man United Liverpool yesterday.
What's second half? Yeah.
I just think what Man U did, going from 3 at the back to 5 at the back out of possession and closing down. Salah was, for me, not really in the game.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought Diaz had a quiet game. Gakpo, the moment of brilliance for the goal. But other than that, I thought Man United got their tactics spot on. And they showed this morning on Sky Sports that whenever Liverpool got the ball, they went, and when Liverpool had the ball in midfield, Man United dropped to a 5 at the back, but a box of 4 in the middle, closing down immediately. And I've never seen Spurs do that. I never see us go, right, Liverpool, really dangerous on the counter-attack, loads of speed. What we went is, and I said this last night, please come in, steal my TV, sleep with my wife. You know what I mean? Have an open door. It was mad.
But what Spurs always, this is all I've got. When we're playing against better teams, it doesn't even be better teams that whenever there's an opportunity, all I will always say, make it hard for the opposition to score past us.
Yeah.
Like, as I said, you know the Wolves game? The Wolves game was a good example. 2-1 up. We've got tired legs. We played a lot of football, handful of injuries. And you go, do you know what? Second half, step up. And the second you say that, everyone goes, oh, so you want us to play 11 behind the ball? No, just retain possession, slow it down, make Wolves have to hit a 30-yard screamer to get an equaliser. No, not Tottenham. But we, as you say, the manager, though, it doesn't matter because the manager will publicly say, we don't want to be that team. We want to make it entertaining. So it kind of defeats the point of it.
But again, as I said, I think you've got football fans that want to go deep into tactics and football fans that don't and have no interest in it.
Yeah.
And that's why I've always said there are those that just use throwaway lines, right? I hear this all the time. Just get behind the team. Sure. But I set up a YouTube channel, Perchy, so I could talk about football. I didn't set up a YouTube channel so I can just go, I'm a brilliant Spurs fan. I get behind the team. I don't care about that. I want to talk about the in-depth. Yeah. So when people like that Eddie guy, bless him, he come on. I thought, you know, it got heated, but it was good fun and people loved the drama. But when Eddie's saying to me, people wanted attacking football, it's like, whoa, hang on. There aren't two tactics in football, Perchy.
No,
it's not 10 men behind the ball or gung ho. There's like a million tactics in that area there. And I just want a manager that's tactically astute. I want an Eddie Howe. Yeah. I want an Iriola. Anyway, there's a few questions about those guys. Lots of.
But do you know what? Just to sort of touch on that, do you know what the worst part about it is though? When I always hear the line of just get behind the team. What am I getting behind? I always ask that question. I always hear trust the process. What is the process? Because it's still 18 months in. What is the actual process? Everyone says it to me. Just got to back it. What am I backing? Then I'll consider it if I know what I'm backing. No one answers that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I you know what I mean? It was just, it makes you laugh. Fulham played Liverpool, right? Sat in, made it hard to beat. Nottingham Forest did the same to Liverpool. Man United have done the same to Liverpool, and Liverpool didn't win any of those games. Spurs welcome Liverpool to White Hart Lane and go on, have as many shots as you like. Just run at our back too.
Yeah.
I just want a manager that says, right, this is a tough game today. We're going to adapt. Anyway, where are we? Loads of the Tonk stuff going on in the chat. You could see it already. If I'm a newspaper and if I'm a media broadcaster or whatever, I'm getting my headlines written before the Spurs Tamworth game.
100%.
Ben, bang on. Attacking football doesn't mean defensive football. Ben, people don't get it. People don't get it. But anyway, Dennis has said Levy is not going to sack Ange. So do we have no choice but to get behind Ange and the team? But Dennis, as Perchy just asked, what does that mean? If I turn around now on YouTube and go, I'm behind the team, what does that change?
Yeah.
Do you know the person that needs to get behind the team, Perchy? Is Ange.
Yeah.
Ange needs to get behind the team and make us hard to beat. We've got 101 games without a... Wow.
Is that a true stat?
Is that
no
true,
way.
Barbaric?
101 games since we've had a 0-0. Wow. That is fascinating. Those are sort of stats I love, by the way. That's mad. If that's true, that's incredible. It makes sense, though, because we don't seem to... We always do. I actually can't think of a game when we had a 0-0. I actually can't. Can anyone put in the chat if they can remember it? What was the last 0-0 we had? I genuinely can't remember.
When was it? When was it? Look,
I love that. That's crazy.
Talk Tottenham till I die. I said, you're talking about how many we have lost, but is rather win and lose than draw. We are above most of the teams you mentioned and bringing up Wet Spam, who have been spanked 5 times this season. Mate, you're not getting it. Top teams don't lose 10 games in 20. Yes. By the way, you said we're above most of the teams I mentioned. I mentioned Brighton, Fulham, Villa, Forest, Brentford. These are all football clubs above us. These are all but this is what I mean. It doesn't matter, Perchy. We could lose 25 of our 38 games this season. Fans will go, it's fine because West Ham have been spanked. What?
Can I ask a question here for Talk Tottenham Till I Die? Where did you predict us finish this season? If you said, I predict us to be 13th in the league, I go, okay, fine. But no one, not even the doomest of doomers, thought we would be 13th by January. Not one.
Well, Perchy, I always go back to this, and I'm sure people are bored of it. I was called negative for predicting 7th. I look bloody the most positive Spurs fan in the world right now, don't I?
Can I just tell you, I've been sent some information from a private source. The last 0-0. Does anyone know what the last 0-0 was? It was AC Milan in the Champions League under Conte.
Wow. 101 games ago.
So under this manager, he has not had a 0-0 at Spurs.
Wow. That is mad. And by the way, this season, I was looking earlier, we've had 4 clean sheets. One was against Everton. One was against Southampton. One against City and one against Man United. I believe that they're the only clean sheets we've had. I know people will start picking out the really crap teams in the Europa League, but I'm talking about Premier League football now. Only 4 clean sheets. So all of this, when Van der Ven and Romero come back, we're winning every game. I don't think it's quite true. By the way, yeah, so Perchy, me saying 7th, I think people should be talking about how positive I am. Because do you know how many points off 7th we are off the top of your head?
I'm going to say 10 now, it feels like.
We are 9 points off Bournemouth in 7th.
12 points off the Champions League places. That's terrible. We've not even got into sort of that moment of the season where you go, this is the hard hitting part of the season.
Yeah, this is what makes me laugh, right? 9 points off Bournemouth in 7th. And I believe that isn't 7th the position that normally gets a team.
Yeah, you get the Europa Conference League in the 7th.
So we're 7th off Conference League and people aren't. Anyway, let's go back to some comments. I love these comments. There's some really good ones. Big up Mark Cook, always with the super stickers. Really appreciate you, my man. Tell these people to at least like the show, Mark. Thank you very much. Thank you we've had 3 subscribers throughout this show. Please put the link to Perchy's channel in the chat. We should be getting Perchy some subscribers today as well. Share the love. Verox has said, do you think we will make top 8 in the Europa League, Perchy?
I'll give you 2 answers. If we sack the manager now, then yes. If we keep this guy to the end of the season, no.
No, so he's saying top 8 in the Europa League. So we've got 2 games
left in the Europa League.
Yeah. So we've got
Hoffenheim
away, Elfsborg at home.
Yeah, we do.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's show people that Europa League table so that they can see what we're dealing with.
We'll get at least 4 points, I think, in that. I mean, I can't remember how many points we're on.
I'll show you. Here we go. So this is the Europa League table. Bearing in mind, we started with 3 wins from 3 and everyone going, oh, we're going to win all 8. Hang on, let me remove the comment. Thank you for that comment, Verox. There you go. So Tottenham, we're currently 9th, which is better than the league. You know, so currently we're 13th and 9th in league tables, which is good. Or 12th. And we're 12th and 9th. So we've got an away game at Hoffenheim and a home game with Elfsborg. Can I just say, Perchy, do we both agree Elfsborg at home is 3 points?
Yeah.
It's simply got to be.
Well, I'll be honest, both should be 3 points, right? Really, Hoffenheim have been really, really average this season. And the one thing that does stand out to me on that, remember 3 games into this, by the way, everyone was laughing at Man United. Everyone was going, Man United aren't going to qualify in this, blah, blah, blah. We should be beating Hoffenheim and we should be beating Elfsborg. That should leave us with 17 points, which fundamentally...
There you go, Perchy. Look at the screen.
Yeah.
Both of them are in that screen. So Elfsborg are 24th. And at the moment, Hoffenheim are currently not even in the playoff section of the Europa League. We cannot go to Hoffenheim. When is it? In a week? 2 weeks?
Yeah,
a week and a half?
A couple of weeks, isn't it? Yeah, it's soon. It's definitely soon.
Isn't it next?
No, it is. It's on the 23rd. It's on the 23rd it's on the 23rd.
Right. So on the 23rd, if we lose to Hoffenheim, obviously it then depends what other teams do. But if we lose to Hoffenheim, we're then asking for snookers to make sure that we get the top 8.
You have to, like, statistically, you need 16 points. statistically. I play a lot of Football Manager, as you probably know, and if you watch my channel, you would definitely know that. Up the Lille, come on, Lille, we're doing wonders at Lille. But you need, statistically, you need about 16 points. So we need 5 of the last 2. So we really have to win both. You can potentially scrape on 15, but it wouldn't be. You'd have to hope for, as you said, snooker some teams below.
Yeah. By the way, this comment. I mean, if ever there was an Arsenal fan in the chat, I think Robert Davis is that. This is where we're at, though. Other fan bases. Any person I know, Perchy, that isn't a Spurs fan is loving what's going on right now. They are. Please keep Ange. Ange is the best thing.
It's got worse than that, though. It's got worse than that. My mate's a Brentford fan. He says, please keep him. It's got to stages when Brentford fans are taking the piss out of us. My mate will just send me a voice note going, it's who you are, mate. And then just leave that. It does my head in.
Mate. Jess, this comment, I get it. When, for me, Jess, I'm sorry, I put this into the bucket of throwaway comments. When people say it can easily turn around, yes. But just the problem is for 15 months, it hasn't. Like, can I ask at what moment is it can easily turn around? Because we're 9 points off Europe. I'm not talking Champions League. I'm not talking Europa League. We're 9 points off of Conference League qualification.
But do you know what
turnaround needs to be massive, Perchy?
But do you know the problem? What people like Jess miss out? They look at 9 points and go, "Oh yeah, we'll just win 3 more games than we did in the first half." It's not as simple as that. You've got to get 9 more points than everyone above us. So what we're saying is we're saying we're going to get 9 more points than Brighton, 9 more points than Bournemouth, 9 more points than Forest. Like, do you, I mean, Forest are higher up anyway, but do you get my point? This isn't just like we're 9 points off finishing a position above us, where we've got to beat one team above us. We've got a ton of teams. That's the biggest problem. It's also the same point where I say we're not going to get relegated because we're not going to lose more games than all the teams below us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, mate, absolutely. This is the thing. I think when people look at tables like that, they say, for example, I'm not saying Jess, but people will go, well, 3 wins and we've closed the gap. Yeah, but that's only 3 wins if all the teams above you lose their next 3 games.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And statistically, the bigger teams will keep winning 2 out of 3. Do you know what I mean? They'll get 6 points out of 9, 5 points out of 9, rather than 1 point out of 9 or 3 points out of 9. Look, I think the league this year is gone. Unless something drastic happens, unless you get a new manager bounce, I think the league has gone. And that's why all the fans now are suddenly going, it's only about cups. But when you watch us play, if you were watching Spurs play, I mean, we could use the games with injuries or the games without injuries. If you're a manager of, let's see, who are the top 8 teams at the moment in the Europa League? So if you are Lazio, Athletic Bilbao, Lyon, Frankfurt, Galatasaray. If you're watching Spurs games, you're thinking to yourself, I don't mind that over 2 legs. I don't mind that because we know we're going to get, okay, maybe they beat us in 1 game, but we know we're going to get loads of opportunities. So I think when people say, yeah, but we'll just win a cup. To win a cup, you've got to, listen, if Spurs win the League Cup, full credit, because we would have beaten Man City, Man United, Liverpool over 2 legs, and Newcastle or Arsenal.
Yeah.
All respect. Let's see. It's all well and good beating Man City. It's all well and good beating Man United, who are awful. Liverpool over 2 legs, that's going to be the decider.
But it's always, the key word is always used there. If. Always if. You never hear, like, it's the same with, if I hear people, we're going to get to the Europa League final. We're statistically the best team in that competition. Based on what? I always say based on what? It's the nonsense. I look at the Europa League and I look at the Europa League and go, there's some really tough games in that.
There are.
The further you get into it, people just think it's simple because they don't really watch other football leagues.
It amazed me how many Spurs fans, even the bookies, even the bookies in this country that are just like, yeah, Spurs are favourites. And I remember we had this chat in our WhatsApp group at the beginning of the season where, based on what? It's not based on history. It's not based on squad depth. So what are they basing Spurs as favourites for the Europa League on? Lazio are a good team. Lazio, good. Athletic Bilbao,
are a
good
great
team.
team. They're a very good team. By the way, they're doing brilliant at the moment this season.
Yeah. But we just go, nah, there's no one there to worry us. Now, what I think is with a better manager, Perchy, there's no reason why we shouldn't go deep in that tournament.
Yeah.
But as I keep saying, when you get to quarterfinals and semi-finals against the better clubs over 2 legs, that is when the better managers will outclass Ange.
I think Galatasaray was the prime example of it. You go to a really tough away game and play the way that we did. Look, let's be fair with it. The 3-2 flattered us. We should have been about 6-0 down. We were awful. And we went out there thinking that we were Billy Big Bollocks attitude of we're the Premier League team attitude. Hang on. They looked at us and went, we'll tear you apart.
No, absolutely. By the way, just looking at the league table. So our next league game is Arsenal, right?
Yep.
Man United, who I'm going to use them because they're the team right behind us in the league. They've got Southampton at Old Trafford, right? So you would expect probably Man United to win that.
Yes.
West Ham are the team that are also below us that can go above us if we lose to Arsenal. Now, West Ham have got Fulham at home. So I don't know. Could not. And then the next nearest team to us is Crystal Palace, who are only 3 points behind us. Their next game is Leicester City away. So we could be in a position, Perchy, where if we lose our next game to Arsenal, we could be in this league table. We could be 14th and only 14th above Palace on goal difference.
Oh,
right. That's what we're talking about now. And people are going, the tide might turn. Well, sure. But anyway, look, let's get to some more comments.
Yeah, come on, let's do some more comments. These are cool.
Big up Daniel said we won't beat Hoffenheim away. We said Roma will bang average. Yeah, absolutely. But again, 2-1 up. Manage the game against Roma. No, we keep playing. And Roma started picking us off. And you're going, I remember sitting doing a watch along going, right, Ange, you know in a game, Perchy, where you can see the pendulum swinging from one team to the other, slowly but surely. You can see it with Roma. Yeah. The diagonal pass, he did nothing. Doesn't change it. Doesn't do anything.
Do you know what's terrifying? You're right. I get your point. Do you know what's terrifying? You know, when you watch it and you look at it from a tactical standpoint, not as a fan, that's quite a lot of my football watching recently has been that. You watch it, the second Roma and Ranieri changed it, you went, oh, okay, we're in trouble. And you're going, change it, Ange. Please change it, Ange. Come on, Phil, that's not true. And you know it.
By the way, Italian Australian football fan, dude, if any YouTuber out there doesn't need the advice of reading comments, surely it's my channel, isn't it? Like, my channel has been built upon keeping everyone involved to the point where other YouTubers say to me, don't read out as many comments because they won't put in as many super chats because they want their comments read. Wow, unbelievable. Let's have a look at some more comments. Here we go. Let's just at random. Kilipo or Kilipo. Absolutely. Kilipo, when you put this in about 20 minutes ago, Savva went and done a little bit of research because that's what I do rather than just forming opinions based off feelings. Brentford at the weekend had 9 first-team injuries, right? Yeah. Brentford, for the last 2-3 months, have had 8 to 9 first-team injuries and are above Tottenham Hotspur in the table with a worse squad. Bournemouth at the weekend had 8 first-team players missing as well, and they went 9 points clear of Spurs. It's funny how the injury excuse only seems to matter when you're losing. Bournemouth who are winning games, Bournemouth who haven't lost a Premier League game in 6 with all their injuries, right? Why are they not going, oh, but injuries? Could it be because their manager's got them well drilled? Could it be because their manager makes them hard to beat? Could it be because, if I look at Bournemouth, Perchy, looking at Bournemouth's last 6 results, right? Last 6 results for Bournemouth. Actually, hang on. Bournemouth have not lost for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bournemouth are 8 Premier League games unbeaten. They beat Wolves 4-2, beat Tottenham 1-0, beat Ipswich away 2-1, drew with West Ham 1-0, beat Man U away 3-0, drew with Palace 0-0, drew with Fulham 2-0, and beat Everton 1-0. 8 games, and they've had 8 first-team players missing during that time, and they're 8 games unbeaten. Perchy, why can they do it and we can't?
The thing is Spurs can do it, right? And I hear me out before I say it. When we beat Man City, no one said we have an injury problem. And when we beat Aston Villa, when we had injuries, we didn't have an injury issue. The injury comments and the injury excuses only happen when we have a bad game. It's the same when a young player has a bad game. Oh, he's only young. It's just an excuse. You don't say Erling Haaland's young. You don't go, oh, well, when he has a bad run of games and he doesn't score in 3 or 4, you don't go, oh, well, he's only young. You go, everyone goes, he's crap. He's only 22, 23. For me, this is the point. I always use the term copium. Oh, it's a coping mechanism for us when we lose games of football. When we lose games of football, we go, well, we've got injuries.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Savva's toxic only for Angela Levy. Damn right I'm toxic for Angela Levy. Zumac as a Savva, it hasn't turned around for the last almost 3 decades. No, Zumac, see again. This is where, unfortunately, Zumac, people like you. What was the word I used, Perchy, at the beginning of the show? Conflating.
Yeah,
you're conflating 2 issues. It hasn't turned around. Pochettino finished 2nd, 3rd, and 4th a couple of times. Harry Redknapp finished 4th twice. Conte finished 4th. Yeah, Martin Jol finished 5th twice. It hasn't turned around. You're talking about Spurs haven't won titles. That's what you're talking about. When you say I'm scapegoating every manager, no. This manager has us bottom half of the table. Zumac, unfortunately, I'm going to say it. People will say I'm being rude. You have what you deserve. If you can't see how bad this manager is, you've got what you deserve.
But this is the thing, right? And this is, I explained this the other day. I was trying to explain this to people the other day. Spurs are 13. When was the last manager that had us 13th? Under Daniel Levy. Under Daniel Levy.
Pochettino.
Yes. And he got sacked. And he was sacked.
Right.
My point is, in the theory of is, we've had managers that have done better than this that have got sacked. My point is did anyone in this chat predict Spurs to be 13th in January? If you did, then fine. But I know full damn well a lot of you lot that are now going down you're just blaming the manager and stuff. You lot all predicted us to be in the Champions League this season. Right. Ange's going to cook. Right. Ange's got the players he wants. Second season, Ange does his thing. But now it's not gone that way. It's never his fault. Yeah. It's mental.
And again, this is the sort of comment I love. Josh Hayden. Again, the revisionism from fans during injuries is brilliant. When you're saying these players out affects rotation, I hate to break it to you. When everyone was fit, Ange didn't rotate anyone. Right? Do you know what, Perchy? When everyone was fit, we were seeing, the team lineup comes out, Porro's not in for again, right. Here's a scenario, Perchy. Fully fit squad, which we had at the beginning of the season. There was never a time where we got a Premier League game where we went, oh, Porro's not playing today. He's resting him. Spence is playing. Yep. Oh, Adogi's not playing today. He's resting him. Davis is going left back. Oh, Romero's not playing today. Dragusin's playing. We're resting. Now, all of a sudden, players are injured. But we can't rotate. He didn't do it last year. He's not doing it this year. This revisionism of people. Why do people like you, Josh, not like facts? Why is it we're just saying nice things to make ourselves feel better?
It's mad, isn't it? Sorry, you go.
No, just last thing I'll say, Josh, show me a game this season where he's rotated anyone when everyone was fit. Show me a game. Show me a game where any of those defenders were rotated when fit. Show me a game when Vicario was rotated when fit. I don't mean against Karabag and Coventry. I'm talking about show me a league game where he went, you know what? Like everyone going, Perchy, everyone's going, oh, but Romero didn't have a full pre-season. He only had 2 weeks. All right. So why didn't you start the season with Dragusin?
Oh, but it's mad. It's ridiculous. And as I said, like, remember the thing that was put into the group at the beginning of this season when 40% of Spurs fans said we'd finish above Arsenal? That was an actual thing, by the way. 40% of Spurs fans said we would finish above Arsenal. That's 4 in 10. That if we count that, it's 100 people in this chat would have said that. I'm not saying you did, but my point is fans. It's all it's the backtracking, and now have all gone and changed the narrative. For me, is annoying. I would respect people that went, do you know what? I got it wrong about this manager. I thought he was going to change it. He hasn't. We've got worse. But no, it's now all about double downing, triple downing, quadruple downing on this manager. Because do you know what? Like it's got it. I don't. Maybe me and you and people in our thought process are the outsiders, but it's mad. I don't get it. This manager can do no wrong. Nothing he does is wrong. It's mental. But anyway,
but the key thing for me, Perchy, is we had the worst start to a Premier League season after 12 games with all the players fit. Right? Yep. This is what makes me laugh. Now the narrative is, but we've got injuries. Okay, so why did we have such a bad start to the season then? If it's just the injuries, why didn't we beat Ipswich with all those players? Why didn't we beat Palace with all those players? Why didn't we beat Leicester with those players? Why did we lose to Newcastle away with those players? Why couldn't we beat Arsenal at home with those players? But now they're injured. It's because the players are injured. Well, yes, any team missing players, it's not good. As I just asked there, and this guy Josh is defending it till he's blue in the face. As I said, Josh, right? Josh. Why are Brentford and Bournemouth above us then? They've got loads of injuries.
Yeah.
We're not the only team with injuries. This whole revisionism now is when Richarlison's back. Hang on. Right? When Odegaard's back, a bloke that's played 78 minutes of football and done nothing in a Spurs shirt. Right? When Mikey Moore's fit, a kid that's played one Premier League start? Like, it's the revisionism. And like we always talk about this, Perchy. It's the flip-flopping.
It doesn't mind him. That's the bit that annoys me.
You're negative Stummer. You're negative Savva. You're negative Perchy. You're negative Stell. You're negative. Spurs have got a better squad than this. We're going to finish third. We're going to challenge. 20 games in, he wasn't backed. We said that in the summer, and you ignored us, told us we were toxic. We didn't buy well, and we said that in the summer, and you told us we were toxic. But we've got 3 games a week. Well, we said that in the summer, and you called us toxic. Like, the revisionism is absolutely mad, and the facts prove people like Josh wrong week in, week out, but people don't want to listen. People don't want to listen. I get it. It's mad. Should we go to another comment?
Yeah, come on, let's do these. These are good.
Where are we? Yeah, do you know what, Swing Squad? Sometimes bad players, people remember them better than they are when they're not playing. Because it's an easy thing to say. Let's have a look at some more of the comments. And we did the Ranieri one. Dave Hamilton said, people call for balance, but what does that mean? Perchy, you want to?
It basically means is not charging everyone forward and going, do you know what? Let's just be a bit more compact and, as I always say, I'll keep it really simple. Make Tottenham hard to beat. Can we get a political campaign? Make Tottenham hard to beat again. That needs to be the political campaign. I always say this. If you are any manager in the Premier League or in Europe or in the FA Cup, I'll use Tamworth because they're the weakest team statistically the weakest team we've got to play now. If I was a Tamworth manager, I'd be telling my players, as long as you stay in this game, the longer you stay in this game, you will get an opportunity. These Spurs team give opportunities. And look, I don't think we're going to lose to Tamworth. I expect us to beat them. But if I was a Tamworth manager, I'd be sitting there just going, do you know what? We will sit in it, soak up as much pressure because we will get an opportunity against Tottenham because they gift opportunities like ease. How many players need to come out and say, we know exactly how to beat Tottenham? Elanga, Salah, the list goes on. Gary O'Neill said it when he was manager last season. He sat on Monday Night Football and went, guys, this is how you beat Tottenham, just like that. that shouldn't be right. For me, when that happened on Monday Night Football, that's when you expect your manager to go, okay, we can't do this now. Everyone knows how we play. Everyone knows how we play. We're going to go back to basics and start again. But he didn't. He doubled down on it, and he does it again.
No, absolutely. I just, as I said, the revisionism is great. Somebody sent me the stats the other day, the breakdown of when the defenders are missing versus when they're playing. And the funny thing was, all of our best wins this season have been when Van der Ven and Romero haven't played.
Yep.
All of our best wins this season have been against Villa, Man City. Games in which the two that are missing that solve everything didn't play. So why were we able to do it in those games, but not against?
It's fine. That terrible defender, Radu Dragic that I'm hearing has won more games in a Tottenham shirt this season than Romero and Van der Ven together. Yeah. Just saying, statistically, that is true.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Where are we? Why people are sticking my age is very simple. They're sick and tired of the constant negativity of every manager. Sure, Zumac, but that doesn't. Okay, let me give an analogy. I'll do what Perchy does. I'll go for an analogy that's nothing to do with football. Right? If me and my wife buy a new car every 2 years, and then she just turns around and says, "I'm so bored of buying cars. Let's just stick with this one." Sure. But if every 3 months the car she wants to stick with breaks down and we have to pay a big bill to fix it, I want a new car that isn't broken, right? That's not a reason. A manager doing badly isn't a reason to keep him because you don't want to sack more managers. That's crazy.
And this is a downright lie, by the way. There was no negativity when Pochettino was here, when Harry Redknapp was here. When Harry Redknapp and these two managers, for example, Martin Jol, there was no negativity when we had Martin Jol in charge. Everyone, I think that was probably the most collectively. This is the thing. This is just a lie. This isn't true. It's not constant negativity when a manager does badly and fans can see the problems. That's when fans will have an opinion. As I said, are we going to just sit here and say, okay, fine, everything's great? Everything's great. We're 13th in the league. Everything's great at Tottenham. We're amazing, mate. We're amazing.
Yep. And as Mark said, since the Chelsea 4-1, our win percentage with that back four is 42%. Without them, 44%. Right. This is what I mean. People don't want the facts because it doesn't support the narrative, right? When people go, oh, like I got accused last week on a show of, you cherry pick stats for your narrative. I can't cherry pick 15 months of results, Perchy. I don't make them up. Right, let's go to some.
I did like the one I did like was where did your stats come from the other day and the league table?
Yeah,
the league table.
Are they verified? Have you verified? Have you, as a grown adult, been able to add up the numbers yourself and divide them yourself? Listen, I didn't get an A for maths. I'm pretty sure I learned how to divide and add up. I'm pretty sure. And you know what? In 2025, if I don't, Google will, ChatGPT will, my calculator will. Anyway, my brother, who was a maths teacher, will. You know what I mean? It's really not that difficult. Got loads of good comments, Perchy. So if you've got the time, we'll just keep going.
Crack on, I'm up for this. This is good. It's right.
I think you're getting me and Perchy mixed up, aren't you?
Yeah,
you were the accountant.
I'm not an accountant, but I work in accounts. Yes, that is me.
There you go.
That's me.
Not
finance boy. Statistical legend. That's what I am.
Yeah. You know what I can do, Rinketic, though, is I've got the ability to look at a list of results and add up whether it was 1 point or 3 and divide them all by the number of games.
Savva needs the color codes in him. He needs the red dots and the green dots and the yellow dots so he can see how good we are.
Yeah. And this is the thing. Those facts, again, the win percentage since that Chelsea game with and without those two centre-backs, honestly, everyone's going on as though it's 20% without them. And 80% with them when it's actually neck and neck. It's madness. Let's have a look. Jamie Pike has said, big up Savva and Perchy. At this point, I just want a manager that understands you can't play an 8-2 formation in top like it's that simple, isn't it?
Oh, don't. Yeah. It's mad. I'm always, as I said, I'm more and more coming to the point of, do you know what? This is just funny now. Big up, Tel. Do you know? I'm kind of in that position of going, do you know what? This is quite funny now. I kind of want to see how bad it gets and see what the excuses are. I want to see it gets to the point where, oh, the length of the grass was too long. Oh my God, the pitch was frozen. Oh, we couldn't play. Oh my days, like. Oh my
it was
God,
the chemical used it was the chemical used on the grass that didn't allow our players to play handball. Or like it's utter madness. Who we got next? So thank you for that comment. By the way, I'm picking these at random from loads that I saved. There we go. It's my face. Savva. I love this. The magical they think that you are a fake fan because you put your personal life over the club's success. To me, it sounds that you just have a meaningful life.
What?
I tell you what, as I said, this all stems from someone called me out the other day for me would rather have 1 million subs than Spurs win a league title. If Spurs won a league title, I wouldn't even be allowed to enjoy it because of the amount of abuse I would get on YouTube. If I'm going to get abuse, I at least want to be raking in money. By the way, not now. Not now. I'm not raking in money. I'm talking about if I had 1 million subscribers. And by the way, people, subscribers only matter if the views come in. Right? I could have 500 million subscribers, but if no one watches me, it doesn't mean anything. But big up to you. It's my face. Phil Coys, big up, Phil. I said, these players that are out, though, Savva, like the likes of VDV, Romero, and Vicario, do make a difference to the team, regardless of previous games or performances. Yes, any players missing from any team do. But the problem is, Phil, you do still then have to look at the factual evidence to show, hang on, the win rates with and without them are like that.
But my argument always will flip on this, though, and I'll use Phil. Big up, Phil. Love you to bits, top guy. But what I'll say on this point is this is where the manager earns his money, right? Because the manager would look at it and go, do you know what? We're missing Van de Ven. We can't play this high line. We need to change it a little bit, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to look and go, fine, okay, if we're missing Vicario, let's not put Fraser Forster under pressure. Fraser, I don't want you to play at the back. Go long. Like, use the Man United game when he made those mistakes. Everyone blamed him, rightly so. He made errors. But you looked at it and go, don't put that manager, that different goalkeeper under that level of pressure if he can't do what you want him to do.
Yes, by the way, just quickly, this right. So Terry O'Shea, big up, and said, Savva, did you get my email the other day with screenshots on how out of shape and defensively over the place we are? Now, so Phil, Terry sent me loads of screenshots, right?
Oh,
and
yes.
It was, there's loads of examples of when teams are attacking us, we just don't have a back four. We don't have a defensive shape. We don't have anyone coordinating. It's just constantly like picture after picture of look at that defense. One's up here, one's down here. Terry, I did get that. Thank you. I will bring those up later. But it doesn't matter what you see. We're just all over the place when we defend. And that's because of the gung-ho tactics. But apparently, Van de Ven and Romero solved that. I don't think they do in the bigger picture. But hey, but where are we? Can we have an Ange poll? Listen, I've done so many Ange polls. It doesn't really mean anything. I think the Ange polls will depend on the channel you watch. If I put an Ange out poll now, I might get 1,000 people vote. It will be 70-30 for Ange out. You go on to the Fighting Cock podcast. You go on to Last Word on Spurs, Chris Cowling. Nothing against these guys, by the way, not knocking them, but they could put out a poll and they'll get 5,000 vote. 4,000 will be Ange in. And I suppose it all breaks down to what do you want from Tottenham Hotspur? Because I'm an embarrassed Tottenham fan right now. I'm an embarrassed fan that doesn't stick my head in the sand. And you've got to remember, a lot of people as well are very, very, very defensive of their opinion. And what I mean by that is many people, Perchy, have got their opinion very wrong. But what they don't do is go, hands up. What they do is they double down on the opinion.
We're past doubling down in. People are quadruple downing at this point. It's mad. Like, It's mad, but yeah, you're right on that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Where are we? Let's have a look. We've got loads of comments. We've got some good comments. Mark, absolutely, Perchy. What do you reckon? If you've got players out, you adapt to play in a way which suits what you have.
Everything I said. This is that's the difference between a crap manager and a good manager, right? A good manager looks at it and goes, "Do you know what? As I always say, this manager's priorities are wrong. His priorities are his football, whatever that is, whatever Ange Ball is. No one knows. His priority should be getting the best results for this football club. Sometimes there's managers out there. Even Pep does it, by the way. This is one of the greatest managers currently out there at the moment. The greatest at the moment, right? You look and goes, do you know what? Today we can't do that because we're missing this player, this player, this player. So we're going to change it today. We're going to go 3 at the back or whatever, and we're going to sit in a little bit. For me, this manager he's so focused on Ange Ball, whatever that is, that he doesn't. For me. You're about to do something already?
No, I was about to say that I'm so glad. Sometimes the stars align. So your last sentence was, whatever that is. The next comment I was going to bring up is this. Do we even know what Ange Ball is?
But do you know what the worst part of it? Do the players know what it is? Forget what we think. Do our players know it? As I always say, 18 months into a 18 months into a tenureship, we should have well-oiled machine. And you bring in and improve us. You look at the 11 that played against Newcastle. How many of those were here last season? Fraser Forster, no, Austin doesn't really count, but yeah, Austin, Dragoshin, Porro, who played left back? Spence was here. Like the bulk of our team was here last season. No one seems to know what it is, and that's my worry.
Exactly.
It's not even about us as fans; it's about the players don't seem to know what's going on.
Exactly. See, this is what my point. When you watch Bournemouth play, right? I can't believe. By the way, in years gone by, Perchy, you, Spurs fans, none of us are referencing Bournemouth. None of us are referencing Fulham. We're referencing Newcastle. Chelsea, right? Now we're referencing Bournemouth. When you watch Bournemouth play, they've been together under their manager, I think, just less than Ange. Can somebody let me know in the chat?
Yeah, it would have been. They sacked Scotty Parker, didn't they? After it would have been.
Wasn't it O'Neill?
Did O'Neill replace Parker then? I can't remember which was the length. Maybe you could be right. You're probably right. Yeah, they got.
So can anyone? I'll tell you what.
It's always good.
How lazy of me when I could just type in Iriola, have a look at him. Was Antonio Iriola is a Spanish? Is this a guy? Yeah. Right. Okay. So Iriola, he joined. Where are we? Coaching career. He joined Bournemouth He joined Bournemouth the same time as Ange. Right.
Yep.
The same time as Ange. Watch Bournemouth. You understand how they play.
Yep.
Their players look like a well-oiled team. They look like a unit. They all look like they know what each other's jobs are, right? They look like, what's that T word I'm looking for? A team. They look like a team. We look like a gung-ho team that every now and then batters someone and we go, that's Ange Ball. When we lose games, that's not Ange Ball. He hasn't got his players to play Ange Ball, right? So I look at Bournemouth. I look at Brentford. These managers have got well-oiled teams. And by the way, should Brentford be higher than they are? No. When we're talking about, well, Brentford are only 3 points above us, they shouldn't be above us at all.
You do realise how small their budget is.
Yeah.
Their budget is tiny. What Brentford are very, very good at is offloading a big star, buying 3 or 4, and bleeding them in 12 months. They're very good. Look at how good Damsgaard is, by the way. They got him in, and look how good he looks, by the way. What a midfielder.
Good player. But look at this. As Mark says, Ipswich in the last 2 games, a prime example. Great performances at Chelsea and Fulham, getting 4 points from those games with 7 players missing. Right? Why? Oh, I know why. Because Kieran McKenna has got a solid back 3 that he works on. 2 wing backs, and then sticks 3 midfielders in front of them. They play to strengths. Let's have a look at some other comments. We've got loads of comments. This is brilliant. Thank you for that one. Terry O'Shea again. Look at this. Again, look at this. Just check. The 14 out of the 20 teams have 6 or more players out injured. Brentford 9, Brighton 9, Newcastle 8, Villa 6. Bournemouth have players out, by the way, and they're all above us. All above us, Perchy. There are no excuses.
No, injury excuses. Just as I said, it's because we're doing. My point is would people be blaming injuries? Would people be complaining about injuries if we were 4th in the league right now? It wouldn't even be a conversation. It's only a conversation because we're doing badly.
No, absolutely. Rob has said Ange is a class act. Sacking him would be a disaster. Rob, everyone's entitled to their opinion. Can we have some context around this? A class act at what? He is terrible in his press conferences. He is really rude in his interviews. His tactics are awful. The results are awful. What's the class act? I'll leave that with you. I'm not going to ask, but I'll leave that with you. A class act about what?
Just put a comment in now. Just right, literally just now. If you give him time, he will deliver. I'm glad we're finally giving him, but there's no context. That's just hope.
It's a throwaway line.
It's hope. You're basically saying if you give him time, what does that mean? He's had 18 months and he's taken us from here to down here. We're at a worse position than we've been since one day Ramos. So he'll fight giving a manager a chance. When you say, this is the point, I hate this nonsense, giving a manager a chance. He's a paid employee. This isn't a charity. Yeah. This isn't a charity scheme. Oh, well, we're going to give this guy an opportunity. No. You
$5 million a year, by the way.
You come to my football club to make us better and do what you can to get us to the levels of achievement. If what we're saying here, Rob, and look, credit to you put in saying your piece in the chat. But my point is so if what was your standards at the beginning of the season? And I'll stand by this. I want everyone's standards at the start of the season. If you thought that Ange is a good manager to take us from getting 5th last season, by the way, I said would finish 5th last season. I think you did as well.
Yeah.
So I said we'd finish anywhere between 5th and 7th last season, which we did. This season again, I think I said we'd finish 6th or 7th again this season, somewhere in that position. Nobody said that coming is 13th is acceptable. We're Tottenham Hotspur. We're not Crystal Palace. No disrespect to Palace. We're not Crystal Palace. We're Tottenham Hotspur. We are talking on the same breadth as a Wolverhampton Wanderers, as a Crystal Palace. Again, no disrespect to those teams. But if you see them finishing 13th, you go, that's a relatively good season. That's a sustainable season for those teams.
I mean, Cam Tinley, another one who's not a Spurs fan, but an Ange fan. He's openly admitted this. Again, dude, you don't know the club's history. Again, I hate it. These new fans that don't know Spurs history, right? In that 40 years, Cam, we have won European Cups. We have won League Cups. We have won FA Cups. We have finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th. We've got to a Champions League final. We've played some great football. Sorry, backing 40 years of this. Cam, the facts are, right? The facts are this manager has lost so many games. How do you continue to back him? Anyway, let's go on to the next comment.
Just to sort of touch on that. Who cares if we've had more managers? This notion that you have to have one... Do you know what it is? Is the Arsene Wenger and Alex Ferguson era in the Premier League has tinted people's points of, oh, well, managers last at football clubs for 10 years. It doesn't happen anymore, right? Chelsea, one of the most successful teams in the country, are notorious of bringing in a manager, sacking them, bringing in someone else, and keep on going. This notion that just if a manager does bad, we just stick with him. That's mental.
It's this. Yeah. It will change. Mark my words, Rob. Based on what I need, none of you lot that say things like this can actually give a structured answer. Look at you, Reezy in the chat. That Josh guy,
Just mad.
Cam Tinley. It's a lot of throwaway comments. When do things change, Rob? Give him time. He is the one. And this comment coming up here is perfect. This sums it up, right? This for me is perfect. Steve said, look at the start of each reign. Ange had a great manager bounce start. Iriola had a terrible 10-game start, but learnt from mistakes to now be 11 points more than Ange with a game in hand. This is the point. Iriola's somebody that changes it, adapts, works with what he's got. Ange is give him a chance, give him a chance, give him a chance. Why should I give a manager more time in my head when he's not changing?
Yeah. This is look, this is the thing though. Like, we have literally hit rock bottom when it comes to even minuscules of standards, right? Minuscules of standards. Like, it will get better based on what? Oh, just trust me. It's the just trust me fact. Oh, don't. These stats are horrendous, by the way.
Look at it.
Horrendous.
Perchy, just give him more time. Look, this is the worst season. This is the worst season after 20 games in 27 years. Right? Most clubs look at that and go, whoa, that is disgusting. We've got half the fan base, more than half the fan base saying, that's all right, give him time. And this was the best one for me, Perchy. It was the half season on half season on half season.
Yeah.
Look how shit it is. And that 1.26 is now 1.20. What are we doing? And this is the thing, the media, people like Matt Law came out yesterday and said, but the injuries. I'd love Matt Law to talk about that.
Yeah.
Talk about the facts over 18 months, not 6 or 7 games of injuries.
I find it, I'm absolutely baffled to absolute beyond moments. This is like, here's a question. No, but this is the thing though. Like, Phil, big up for Phil, but no, it doesn't change my opinion. We've seen crap managers at Tottenham nick cups. One day Ramos had an awful run at Tottenham and nicked a cup. Doesn't make you can win a cup. George Graham. People don't dislike George Graham. He nicked a cup. My point is it's all relative, right? Is Ange a good manager? This is the thing. This is the thing, right? Like, and it's a double-edged sword. And hear me out, because people will jump at this right away. And hear me out when I say it. If the big word that always gets used there, if Ange won a cup, all the people, we could finish anywhere in the league and Ange will get loved forever if he won a cup this season. It's almost like I want us to win a cup because I'm the Tottenham Hotspur fan. But I sit back and I go, if this manager wins a cup, the protection this guy will get now forever is, well, he's won us a cup, guys. This is how you win with Tottenham. Is it? I don't know. This guy's mad for me. I don't know.
And this is the thing is, I'm really bored of hearing. Look at his history. It's been really. Listen, look. As I've said, Perchy, I can't. I'll sit here and say I'm old, I'm ugly. I will turn around and say if I get this wrong. So far, for 18 months, Perchy, nothing has happened to prove that my opinion or your opinion is wrong.
Yeah.
If anything, it's being reinforced month on month how bad he is.
It's not even month by month. It's game by game now. Is it that, like, it's not even every month we're seeing a difference. It's game by game. Remember when he said, I would never blame injuries, and then went and blamed injuries? It's I would never, at the beginning of the season, he said, I would never blame any injuries as a reason why we're losing games of football. And now is publicly going out and saying, it's like he reads like what people that want to protect him. It's like he reads it online and goes, if I say that, then it justifies their opinion going, well, injuries are the reason. See, he's saying,
you know what he wants? Do you know what he wants? This is his target audience. Non-Spurs fans who now follow Spurs. There's a difference between being a Spurs fan and people like Cam that follow Spurs, then try and tell us about our history, right? They try and tell us about history. Oh, you Spurs fans. If it's you Spurs fans, why are you backing the manager so much? If you're not a Spurs fan, why, Perchy? If Gareth Southgate, if Potter went and became the manager of Stuttgart, of Porto, as English people, would we follow them and then start going into Porto Porto YouTube channels and going, but you guys don't understand Gareth Southgate? They'll be like,
took us to a World Cup. He took England to a World Cup final, don't you know, mate? But this is it. We've won cups to I'm assuming that is we've nicked cups. I'm assuming that's what you meant. For me, you do realise both can be right. Not easy to do at Celtic. Oh, get out! Nah, so you're a wind-up. Get out! You're a wind-up. Nah, credit. You. I thought you were serious. You're a wind-up. I respect it. Oh dear. He changed Celtic. It ain't hard.
Steven Gerrard won the title in Scotland. Steven Gerrard.
And Gerrard did it with Rangers, who are smaller than Celtic.
I can see. I do love things like this. Carabao Gauntlet. I'm going to guess, Perchy, that this channel has probably been put together in the last week, last 2 days, or changed names.
12 hours.
I can see why you and Perchy are shaking in your all shaking. And beating Liverpool and Arsenal to lift the Carabao Cup is why is that our worst nightmare? I want that.
It's all I've asked for.
I can't see him doing it. Why is that my worst?
I love it.
Nightmare. What a honestly, please, Ange, when you go, please take these people with you. Please.
These are I love it. It's funny.
Mad. Big up, by the way, not all people. Hello from Australia. I've got a few fans from Australia. Then Ange is a cricket coach. Here you go. LFC Copite, big up to you. I said, here you go, Savva. Roy Hodgson, one of Liverpool's worst managers. 20 games, 7 wins, 4 draws, 9 losses, got sacked. Better than Ange. LFC Copite, you're a big club.
Is he available now?
Yeah.
Can he take us in
back? Perchy, I could sit here. We're sitting here after 20 games, right? With 10 defeats. I could sit here after 30 games with 16 defeats, 17 defeats, and people will still go, he needs time. I've never known anything like this.
Oh, it's crummy.
Josh has said, I do wonder this. Why do you think players are actively backing Ange? As we saw from their efforts from the players against Newcastle and some Romero publicly backing him. I want to refute this. The way Son is playing, for me, doesn't look like he is backing Ange. James Maddison has clearly said something to Ange. He's clearly not backing Ange. Romero can come out and say he's backing Ange, but his performances this season show he ain't into this, right?
You know my theory on the Romero thing, by the way. Do you want me to go for it? The whole Romero backing Ange and slagging off the owner. Yeah. Have you seen how long Romero's contract's left? Yeah. Let's not call me cynical, but a manager, a player sitting there going, "Oh, we need better players." Blah blah blah. You're not telling me that's an agent going, "Say this publicly, mate. They won't want you. We won't sign a new contract, and we'll get you out at the end of the season because insert Atletico Madrid want you, for example." Right? Come on. We're not stupid. Players aren't stupid. They know how to do things. Mad. If you can't see that, then I don't know what's happening.
Do you know what, Nadav? I mean, you've got a great point. I think this is the difference. When Jose Mourinho was here, right? And I was a fan of Jose. If Jose Mourinho had lost 10 in 20, this guy would have been publicly executed by the fans. I mean, in football terms, not a beheading or anything, right? I mean, football terms, right? He would have been hung out to dry.
Yeah.
Angepostecoglou does it, and it's right. AVB, Andre Villas-Boas, who had a much. Let's have a look. Andre Villas-Boas. Should we have a little look, shall we? Perchy?
Oh, AVB statistically did a very good job, actually.
AVB was sacked with a current win rate of 1.69 points per game. He was sacked because we got battered by Liverpool. Oh, we had a few other bad results. But do you know, leading up, do you remember when we put all those results together? Didn't AVB lose something like only 2 of his last 10 games as manager?
Yeah, it was something like that,
Like that, right? So look, AVB, right, 1.69. Tim Sherwood was hated. Tim Sherwood, who didn't have a transfer window, took over another manager's squad, had a 1.91 win points per game. Sherwood's crap, get him out. I wouldn't want Sherwood. Okay, cool. Have a look at Nuno, 1.50. Now, by the way, Perchy, I'm not being a revisionist. I'm not saying some of these managers shouldn't have gone. But if they deserve to go, right, then this guy, look at this. And I know a lot of those Ange fans, a lot of those new fans, Perchy, they don't know who Redknapp is. They don't know the AVB era. They don't know what happened under Yole and Hoddle and Graham and Pleat and Gross. They just go, oh, Ange is brilliant. He says nice things.
You've hit a point there. Are people rating Ange because they think he says nice things? They say, because Ange in press conferences says what fans want to hear, they love him. Let's be fair. If that was Tim Sherwood in a press conference going, guys, we were crap out there, we were awful, didn't deserve it, he'd be gone because fans wouldn't like him because he doesn't say nice things. We're living in the era of saying nice things.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. Oliver Rooks has said he's got to be the worst father. Just lets his kids run around like headless chickens with no plan to improve them. Just turn them into Tarzan in this mad jungle. Honestly, Oliver, you watch. The next time Spurs win a game, everyone will react as though the first win in 9 games or whatever it is, everyone will go, there you go. If you back him. Like,
we'll beat Tamworth. We'll beat Tamworth and everyone will go, there you go. There you go. That's what Angeball is.
But even if we get a draw against Liverpool this week, we will have fans go, there you go, if you back him. But the number of defeats completely outweighs these odd good results that we get. By the way, AVB for me, I thought was very harshly sacked at the time. I think AVB, another manager. People are saying give Ange the players he wants. AVB has publicly come out and said that he was promised, it wasn't João Moutinho. Was it João Moutinho?
Yeah, João Moutinho he wanted.
João Moutinho, I think he was promised, was it Hulk maybe at the time? Remember Hulk?
Yeah, he wanted Hulk, I remember that. Yeah, you're right.
So he's another manager, didn't get these top players, but you know what? Look at the win percentage compared to Angepostecoglou.
Here's the one. Where were the excuses for AVB going, well, we lost Gareth Bale?
Right.
Where were the excuses? Because everyone tells me now that, Ange lost Harry Kane. He had Gareth Bale and lost him not even at the beginning of the season on deadline day, if I'm right in saying. It went all the way. He couldn't play him because he didn't turn up.
Yeah, and John, I completely agree with half of this. The problem is there are a lot of long-time Spurs fans that are now just saying, like I spoke to a YouTuber last night. I'm friends with this YouTuber, by the way. We're having a WhatsApp back and forth. And the rhetoric from this person was, but we can't just keep changing managers. And it didn't matter what stat I sent. I said, but you can change managers if they're not performing. And Perchy, I use this as an example. If I just use big companies. If I'm Facebook and I hire Perchy, right? I've hired Perchy because I sacked Savva, right? I sacked Savva as Facebook because, do you know what? Savva had a sales quota of 1 million a year, only managed to hit 500K. So I've sacked Savva. I've bought in Perchy. If Perchy comes in, and I'm the hero of this story, by the way. If Perchy comes in and only gets 300,000 a year, do Facebook turn around and go, we can't sack Perchy because we sacked Savva, even though Perchy's doing work?
Yeah,
that's not how life works.
Yeah, it's madness.
I've never known anything like it.
No, but this is it though. Like, there's no fact out there that goes and should retain his job. Factual information, there isn't any.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I mean, I think that somebody put a post in about what Stell said last night. Don't worry, it was, it was praising Stell. Said Stell was spot on yesterday. Arteta has brainwashed everyone into thinking managers need 5 years to do something good. Now, I'll ask this. In Arteta's first year and a half, where it wasn't going well, first 2 years, first and foremost, he had the safety net of two things. One, he'd won the FA Cup with Emery's team, right? That's a good achievement, by the way, right? He's won the FA Cup. Secondly, he was in lockdown, right? He didn't have fans at the stadium screaming and booing. The difference is, since then, and I think this is the point we're all making, since he's had his own squad, and is it something like, I might be wrong, any Arsenal fans in the chat, let me know, something like 850 million or something ridiculous.
It's about 800 million that they've spent under him.
And with his own squad, he's not actually got over the line anything. Yes, they've done well. I'm not knocking Arsenal, by the way, because they are a million times better than Tottenham.
Yeah.
But with that 800 million or whatever, he's assembled his own squad, not got over the line. So when fans keep referencing Arteta, none of it is the same. It's not the same situation. One, Postecoglou didn't win a cup. Two, he's not in lockdown. Three, what Arteta did during that time is try things. Arteta tried free-flowing football. He tried defensive. He tried balanced football. He tries Perchy.
But I'll slightly disagree with what you're saying on that point. But I get the reference, right? With all I hear is always the old adage. Every time when you want this manager gone is, look what Arsenal did with Arteta. Like, first of all, how are they comparable? They're not. Second of all, as you correctly put out, Arteta's not won anything. So you're basically judging what he's done on not winning anything with his own squad, take away his FA Cup, won it with a different squad. So we're saying we want to back the project, it's nothing the same, on a team that don't win anything. Work that one out.
No, absolutely agreed. And Swanex, welcome to the dark side, my friend. I know we've had lots of debates, but there are fans now that backed him that are now saying, I can't do this anymore because there aren't any signs of improvement. And Swanex, do you know the thing for me? I know we've butted heads a few times, but, it's all good fun. For me, as I've said before, if in that 18 months I can see improvements, if in that 18 months the points per game is slowly creeping up, if the defense is slowly getting better, if we're slowly losing less and less games, I'll turn around Perchy and say, you know what? Yeah, I can't. It might be a small improvement, but it's an improvement. When it's like that, and people are going, yeah, but he's only had 18 months. That's a long time in football. That's a long time we should at least look like a unit. I love this. Spurs fans feel relevant when they gang up on a manager. Cam, you're not a Spurs fan. Why don't you go and Cam, I'll ask this question. When Ange leaves, are you going to follow him or are you going to stay following Spurs? Please just answer me that question. Again, name me one player that's improved under Ange. I agree. Perchy?
Not really. I mean, some would say Kulusevski, but is that not position-based? I don't know. I don't think so. I think I stand by it. There's only one player that suits this system, and that is Van der Ven. I don't really think anyone else really suits in the system that we play.
Agree. Mark, I said all the Ange in, Ange out is pointless talking about it because he isn't going anywhere anytime soon. I don't think it is pointless because your last sentence of support the club the best we can because the club will be here no matter what. I am supporting the club. I want better for the club. I don't want the club to be on this free fall, Mark. This is the problem. And why isn't he going anywhere anytime soon? Surely if the results continue the way they are, Mark, surely Levy's going to pull that plug. Surely.
Yeah. I mean, it would be crazy if he keeps this guy, if he keeps losing games. I'll put one out for the chat. I'll let you guys whack it in it. How many losses do we need to get to for him to get sacked? We're at 10 at the moment. How many more losses do we have to get to in the league for him to get sacked? I'd just love to know what you guys in the chat would think on that.
Well, I'm going to do some super chats, and then I've got a really good stat from Haz. So big up to Kudos, who has said, you have sepsis. Don't worry, just give it time. Mate, Kudos, do you know what we're doing at the moment? We need major surgery, right? And what we're doing is going, tell you what, has anyone got a plaster? Has anyone got a plaster? You know what I mean? I need my arm amputated. Can anyone just put it in a sling? Don't worry, he's got gangrene. Just put his arm in a sling and let it hang there.
Oh, don't.
Right? But it's true, Perch, isn't it?
It's mad,
we
isn't
are
it?
putting a plaster over what is major surgery. And I don't think this manager is capable of that major surgery. Big up to you, Kudos. Really appreciate that. Bella has said, Ange fans, go back to following the A-League. Look, I've got no problem with anyone new coming to support Tottenham Hotspur. But what I do have a problem with is when people are basing Tottenham and what Ange is doing at Spurs on his previous history.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to judge him what he's doing at Spurs.
I think the hard part of that is what's horrible is annoying for me, and is getting told by fans that have just come in because of this manager, telling people that have watched us through manager after manager and doing stuff that they're right and we're wrong. Like, no one's right or wrong in an opinion. I always stand by that. But when I lay factual information down, surely you can't be just like, I don't know. It's mad.
Yeah. People don't like facts and stat. They don't want them because it doesn't. The funny thing is, if Spurs win the next 5 games in a row, what will be thrown at me is, Savva, 5 wins in 5. They're happy to use those facts if they're good facts.
Yes,
when the facts show how bad we are, it's, oh, that's your narrative. It's not my narrative. My narrative, I want Spurs to be better.
Yeah.
Right? My narrative is I want to come on a watch along and not be shitting myself that we're going to be wide open for 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? And as I said, for anyone that always thinks I'm negative, they should have seen me in the Redknapp era. I loved it. I couldn't get to the ground quick enough to watch the games, Perchy, under Redknapp. I loved it. I went there and anyone would go, oh, I'm not sure about today. I said, don't worry, we're going to attack these from the off. We're going to do well. I loved it. Didn't win every game. We didn't get over the line, but what a really good team Redknapp assembled with very little budget.
Yeah.
You know, this one's good. Spur, big up, Haz. Hope you're well, brother. I said, Yo's second season, we lost 11 games. Redknapp, second season, 10. Potch is second season, 6. We have already lost 10. Every fact and stat just shows how shit we are at the moment, Perchy.
I agree.
Madness. Big up to you, Haz. Cherry has said Ange ball is pretty much concede a ton of goals and try to score more. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, as I always say, when you're already having to score more than 3 goals in a game, because I think statistically, if I'm right in saying is we average 2 point something a game or whatever it is, maybe a bit less than that now, but whatever it is so we're basically saying is to win a game of football, we have to score at least 3 goals. That isn't helpful at all. It's not sustainable is the word I'm thinking.
Here's an interesting one. I love this chat. You still all right for time, Perchy? Just want to make sure you're good.
No, let's crack on.
You're chilling, aren't you, in life? Lynn Simpson, good, because in a minute I do need a wee. Lynn Simpson has said, felt for Spurs yesterday, the first Newcastle goal shouldn't have stood.
Do I have to bring up some rules?
Yes, please do.
Rules.
Because this notion is, I think, again, we're conflating, Perchy. I know I'm using that word a lot. Do we like the rules? No.
Yes.
But do the rules say that it was a goal? Yes. Perchy, take it away while I go for a wee, please.
Yeah, sure. Let me find it. I put it in. Where did I put it? I put it somewhere. Here you go. Here you go. For the rules. This is for everyone in the chat. We'll do some rules. For accidental handball in the build-up of a goal. 1, if a player accidentally handles the ball and a teammate scores, the goal is given, which is what happened. And however, if a player accidentally handles the ball themselves, goes on to score the goal. Now, let's be fair with it. The rules are all over the place. They are ridiculous. The rules are ridiculous. For me, that should have stood. There's no reason. My point is, Joe Linton didn't have his hand up there and it hit his hand. The rules are stupid. The adaptation of the rules are rubbish. Should it have stood? Of course it should have done. Did Joe Linton intentionally handball it? No. So it wasn't. Sorry, he said Joe Linton and accidental don't go together. What? You're telling me Joe Linton had his hand there hanging down and it kicked at his hand? That isn't accidental. What are you on about? It's the rules are crap. I'll stand by this. As I say, the rules are absolutely shite because no one knows what a handball is. They change every 5 minutes. And as I say, if you think Joe Linton having his arm hanging down booted the ball by Bergvall into him, oh, nah, sorry, that's ridiculous.
See, Perchy, the big thing for me is, as fans, we can say the rules are ridiculous. And I do. I think the handball rules are atrocious. But by the letter of the law, that is a goal. Because, as you said, for me, imagine that was Spurs.
Yes.
And it's been disallowed. We'd be going mad, right? What was Joe Linton meant to do, right? He's 1 yard away. Bergvall, he's got no way to know that Bergvall's going to kick it at his hand. What's he meant to do with his arms? And this is where we're getting to the stage now where, again, Ange just drip-fed it into the media that the ref was bad decisions. Okay, what about Kulu? Kulu's shoulder smashing into Anthony Gordon's nose. Is that not, we could do this all day long.
Oh, no, that horrible, horrible Joe Linton for having an arm. Oh, that horrible man for having an arm. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I always say to you, I say it all the time, football is a very, very simple game made to be complicated now.
Perchy, you can read this. I find this hilarious.
I love the name, brother. Carabao Gauntlet. That just sounds like you've got a row of Carabao energy drinks in a row and you've got to dodge them all. Yeah, Savva, you are bogged down in the detail. What does that mean? Angie's style of football is lighting in a bottle. What does that mean? Lightning in a bottle. Again, what does that mean? It can win you the Premier League. No, it can't. Never been done before. You are too much of a coward to cash in this winning lottery ticket. Carabao Gauntlet. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a schooling on YouTube. If anyone wanted to cash in on this, we will be telling you Ange is the best thing since sliced bread, because that's how YouTube works. Have you noticed a lot of channels that love Angepostecoglou? Their channels have gone like that recently. That is it. I'm not against it. You can say whatever you want. That is the YouTube. You're allowed to say whatever you want. But I've noticed there's a lot of YouTube channels that have gone a bit like that since saying nice things about Ange. They get 15,
they get Talk
views.
Sport appearances, Guy Sports appearances, because they go on and. I mean, look, as I said, somebody I've not got a problem with. Right, I've spoken to this guy before in the past. I've done a podcast with him, Flav. Right?
Yeah.
I've got nothing against Flav Bateman. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
But Flav Bateman, at the beginning of the season, came out and was going, I think Spurs will finish. I think he said third. Spurs will finish third. We've got we've got really good young players. We've got, they've had another year under Ange. They've had another summer to learn his style. We're going in the right direction. We've done well. That has now gone to doubling down. You would think that he'd now go on TalkSport and go, it's not good and we're not doing well. He's now gone, Jason Kunde said to him, it's not good, is it? And he said, but what if Ange is right? And Jason Kunde went, but what does that mean? What do you mean, what if Ange is right? Like, what do you do? Keep him a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? What do you mean? And this is what I mean. People like Flav get invited onto there when they've been terribly, terribly wrong for a long time. By the way, I'm not knocking Flav. I think Flav's a really nice guy, right? People like Flav, they go on there. People like Chris Cowling, they go on Sky Sports. They've been wrong with nearly everything they've said, but they go on to these big channels and then Spurs fans go, they're positive Spurs fans. They represent us. They wouldn't have me or Stel,
Yeah,
for example, would they? They wouldn't have
no,
us.
of course
We
not. But
tell
this,
the truth.
do you know what it is though? It's like me buying a lottery ticket every single and going back to my partner and going, "We're winning the lottery today." That's lovely to say, but then we lose. Oh, you're wrong. And go, well, hang on, no. One day I'm going to win the lottery, and you go and buy another one and another one, but you never like. We can all sit there and say this manager's great, but if by just saying it doesn't make it right. As I say, we could sit there and say Spurs are going to sign Erling Haaland in this transfer window. I can say it. Doesn't mean we're going to. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just saying nice things for the sake of saying nice things.
See, I love it. What I've always loved about Bobby and Kuva. They always say, yep, they don't care.
Yeah.
I love it. I do love it. Love you, Bobby. Happy New Year, brother. I hope you and your family had a really good one. And I hope you're well yourself. The Terry O'Shea has come in and said, Savva, in 3 seasons, 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, we lost 17 games in all. I think we can surpass that in this single season.
Wait,
well, Terry,
what? That's mad.
If anything doesn't show you how far backwards we're going, it's stats like this. But again, 10 defeats in 20 games doesn't seem to be bothering people, Perchy.
But do you know what's terrifying with that? Do you know what? That's Terry O'Shea. We could surpass that. That's only 6 games. We've lost 11 this season in all competitions.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He's saying we can surpass that this year.
We could surpass that in a month. Like, do you know what I mean? It's scary.
It's absolutely mad. Got loads. I love this. We're still going to go for you. By the way, if anyone like a Brian Daigle wanted to join us, you are more than welcome, my friend.
Love a Daigle.
And apologies, Brian. I did miss your call the other day. I meant to call back, but I've been streaming like a demon. By the way, please do subscribe to Perchy, who's given us hours of his day this morning. And please subscribe to myself. We've just gone over 15,350. We're 148 away from 15.5K. So please do that. And there's 500 of you in the chat, only 260 likes. Come on, let's get that to 350, 400. Perchy, some good comments coming in. I like some of these comments.
These are cool.
Yeah, listen, and by the way, for any for any YouTube viewers that constantly call me toxic, constantly say this about me, I am one of the only channels where I will sit here for 3 or 4 hours and read your comments when they are not super chats, right? Some YouTubers will only look at your comment when they're super chats. I think I'm kind of doing a good thing here, right?
Some don't even read them if the super chat's not over a certain amount of money as well. Let that sink in.
Exactly. Right. Dale, I can't listen. Savva, what's your thoughts on Arteta's tactics this season? I know we've been bad, but their brand of football is shocking. Dale, what I'm going to do is this, right? Hang on, let's get rid of that comment. Perchy. This is where I think we lose respect as a fan base. Arsenal are 6 points off the top in second place, 6 points clear of Man City, who are in 6th. Haven't lost in, well, this is 6 games. I don't know. It could be longer. And we're talking about Arsenal's style of play being shocking. Deflecting?
I've got a stat for you here. This is a great one.
Go for it.
Do you know when the last time Arsenal lost a game of football?
In all competitions?
Yeah, in all competitions.
I don't know. Go on.
It was the last time Tottenham won a league game at home. November the 3rd was the last time we won a league game at home.
Hang on. Sorry. Say that stat again. Sorry, I missed it.
So the last time Arsenal lost a game of football was the last time Tottenham won a league game at home.
I see.
So we haven't won a game at home since Arsenal lost a game, November the 3rd. And that was when we beat Aston Villa in the league.
By the way, I just want to say this as well. If we're gonna talk about Arsenal, right? In the last 20 games, Arsenal was second in the form table.
Yeah.
In the last 15 games, they're second in the form table. In the last 10 games, guess what? They're second in the form table. In the last 5 games, they're third in the form table. And somebody sent me this yesterday, right? Again, we really do deflect our issues elsewhere, don't we? Somebody sent this to me yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was Maz that sent it to me. God, I get so many things sent to me. It's unreal. Oh, no. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? He sent me club's form in the entire country for the calendar year of 2024.
Oh no, this is terrifying already.
Right?
Go on.
So of all 92 league clubs in 2024, which team was top of the overall table?
What in the calendar year?
In a calendar year for 2024, which team across the entire country, if you put that league table together, was top for form?
I want to say Arsenal.
It is Arsenal.
Yeah, I would have said Arsenal.
It is Arsenal.
Yeah.
So Arsenal in 2024, when you look at it, because right now they're second. Last year they were second behind City, whereas City have dropped off. Liverpool last year dropped off. Arsenal have been the one. The difference is Arsenal can't get over the line. But they are, for 2024, the most informed club in the country, right?
Mad.
And we've got fans going, yeah, but isn't Arsenal's style of play shocking? Give me Arsenal's style of play, Perchy, every day of the week over what we do.
I don't get what people... it's mad. Do you know what's mad, right? Have we got a style of play? What's our style of play? Going chaotic. And I just want to say at 12-21 for you, sorry, Josh. We've won a home league game in 6 games. Nope, the last league game we won at home was Aston Villa in the league. Ignore Man United, was the 3rd of November against Aston Villa. That feels ages ago. Ages ago. We haven't won a league game at home since November. Mental.
Yeah, Ben, TalkSport aren't touching people like you, me, Stel, Perchy. They're not touching any of us because what would happen is we'd go on and say, hang on, look how bad this is. Look at the facts. Look at the stats. And the one funny thing is I put together a list of stats about 3 months ago. And the next thing you know, I saw it being used on TalkSport. And I thought, you cheat, like literally word for word what I'd said in order. And I thought, you cheeky gits. Look, people, what would happen? Perchy, if I go on TalkSport tomorrow, I'm not. No one's going to invite me. And I lay out all these facts. You know, every comment in the chat's going to be on the YouTube TalkSport channel will be, he doesn't represent us. He's not a real fan. We don't claim Savva because they don't like what I'm saying, because they don't like that I'd be putting facts. They want the Cowlings to go on there and say, well, it's been tricky, but, you know, with Ange, say the truth.
Basically, these sort of channels like TalkSport and stuff want you to go, we're better than Arsenal.
Yes.
And the thing is, the one I like the one is twerking for rival fans is the one I like the most. Oh, you're twerking for rival fans. What, by saying Arsenal are better than Tottenham right now? That's not a mental thing to say, right?
Absolutely. This time last year, you have to accept and respect the referee's decision. That's how I grew up. 1 year later.
Hypocrite, mate. He's a hypocrite.
Mate, do you know what it is? It's a man under pressure who is deflecting. The players, every game at the moment, have you noticed, every single game, it is the players are doing brilliantly. I can't ask for more from the players. Yeah, we were magnificent, but the results aren't showing that, mate. Let's have a look. Big up to LTL said, I'm small fry, but read every comment. No, I need glasses. Big up to you. I love LTL. I love him. He's brilliant.
Top guy.
We have, not in the league, as Perchy said, not in the league. This is, I mean, what are we? We're 1 win in 8. 1 at home. We've not won in, is it 9 league games in all competitions, or 1? The Man U one is the only home game in 9 that we've won.
No, it's 1. Sorry, no. So the last time we won, as I said, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, In the league, sorry, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 was a lot. Yeah, 1 win in 8 since we beat Man City. 1 win in 8.
The 1 win in 8 at home since we beat Man City. Big
No.
up to
That's not at home. That's 1 win in 8.
Oh, no, I know. Yeah, sorry. We've got 1 win in 8, but my understanding is that in our last 9 home games in all competitions, I think we've only won 1, which was Man United in the Cup.
You're right. 1 win in 8 at home. Yes, you're correct.
Right, there you go. Look at the bloody state of it. Phil, I try because do you know what? I think there's nothing worse than when you've got YouTubers that completely ignore everything in the comment section. Because let's be fair, without everybody in the comment section, these channels don't exist, right? But maybe I'm also aware, right, that if we were doing a SWOT analysis, you know the old SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I'm completely aware that in my strength and my weakness and my threat is the fact that I read out so many comments and invite people on. I am aware that that is a strength and a weakness, but I want to be known as that YouTube channel that does that. Listen, I'm not saying to all those people who question me about Arteta, I'm not saying Arsenal are breathtaking and scintillating to watch. But if you said to me right now, do you want to play Ange's football or do you want to be where Arsenal are in the league? It's not a conversation, is it? Yeah. Now, the Arsenal fans, there are Arsenal fans that want their manager sacked for being second. We've got fans that want to keep Ange, and we are bottom half of the table. And if I'm not wrong, here, let's have a look at this league table, shall we? If I'm not wrong, Liverpool on 46, we are 22 points off the top of the table after 20 games.
Mad,
so
isn't it?
Nearly every week that goes by, we lose a point. We lose a point on the top of the table.
Scary, isn't it? Like, actually, when you deep it, 22 points is a lot. That is 7 games and a draw.
Madness. Again, yeah, LFC Copai, absolutely. Welcome to the channel, my man, or my lady, whichever, or whatever you identify as. Got to be careful these days. Savva, context. Some Liverpool fans are moaning today due to a draw, levels, standards, and people have a go at you for not being happy with Ange. Listen, my Liverpool mates who are my friends, like, they are messaging me last night going, this is unacceptable. Slot got it wrong. And you're like, oh my God, you're 6 points clear with a game in hand. Our fans are going, yeah, don't worry about Ange. It's all right. It's all good. Let me see if I can get Swing Squad says, Savvy, you're too generous. You will be building a go-kart track soon. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I'm going to build a go-kart track underneath my house. See if I can make some extra money. I'm sure the wife would be over the moon at that suggestion. Let's have a look. We've got more comments, Perchy. We've got more comments. LFC Cop, I pinned this a while ago. I said, from the outside, I really don't know what people were seeing with Ange. I hated the thought of him becoming our manager. That was before he went to Spurs. Perchy, I'm going to twist this comment and ask you, if Angepostecoglou lost the job at Spurs, would any of the big clubs, the Liverpools, the Arsenals, the Chelseas, the Cities, would they take a kamikaze manager like this?
The simple answer is no. But Ange actually won't get another Premier League job. And I'll caveat this. The big boys aren't getting him because these tactics don't win you titles. And the sort of middle of the road, mid-table / relegation teams won't have him because these tactics get you relegated. With Spurs, you're in the sort of Spurs, Villa, and Newcastle kind of bracket. I'll put those 3 in the same sort of bracket. Would have him because they won't relegate him, but won't win you stuff. But my point is the likes of Newcastle have aspirations of consistently being in the Champions League. Same with the likes of Aston Villa. And that's the problem. I don't see where this guy gets a job in the Premier League. We saw we saw it with Bielsa, and Bielsa's a better manager than Ange. But we saw it with Bielsa at Leeds, and the Leeds fans were like, do you know what? This guy's a cult hero for us. Fine. Leeds United, they will do that, right? And it's kind of similar to what's happening with a lot of our fans, that he's a bit of a cult hero. But the difference is he got them relegated, and he was gone. Leeds right now haven't got that level of kamikaze football right now. They're top of the Championship. And that's the thing, right, for me. It's where where does Ange fit in? And do you know where Ange fits in? He fits in a league with a team that is so far superior to everyone else. I'll give an example. He would go to somewhere like a Dynamo Zagreb, who are far superior in the Croatian league to everyone else in there, win the league, and everyone goes, he's amazing. But you're winning it with the team that are so far superior to anyone else. It doesn't work with a more compact, like harder team to win stuff with. He wouldn't win the league with Man City, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, look, I completely agree with you. By the way, listen, Dale said, listen, mate, I completely agree, Dale. I completely agree with you. Again, though, it's conflating subjects, Dale. Whether or not you should be winning trophies is a very different conversation to your style of play, right? At the end of the day, when you're saying you're bringing in ready-made talent, it's only one ready-made talent for 100 million. And I'll say this again, I still don't think your squad has been good enough in the last 2-3 years to win a title. That's the difference. By the way, I'm not sitting here slagging Arsenal off, right? I'm not twerking for them, as someone said, but I'm not slagging you off. You're a good team. But for me, what you guys needed to do in the summer, was go, right, we've got a good squad. We finished second 2 years in a row. What's the 3 game changers? Who are the game changers we bring in that we go, we're now going to overtake City? Because City have dropped off. You're still where you were. But Liverpool have gone above you because you're not evolving for me. You're not evolving from a really good team to a scary team. Is that fair, Perchy?
No, I think it's fair. I think if I was Arsenal, and I'm not, again, not twerking, don't want people to say I'm twerking, but if I was Arsenal, I'd have gone and signed a Gyökeres and spent big money on a number 9 that goes, okay, you're getting me 30 to 40 goals a season. Because the difference is for Arsenal right now is, I think defensively, they're one of the best team defensively in the league, statistically, and you can see it. Arsenal needed that winner, that goal scorer, that like a Gyökeres. It doesn't have to be him, but you can put in a big number 9 that gets them 30 to 40 goals in a season, because that's the key bit for Arsenal at the moment. Jesus is having.
If they've got Gyökeres, are they winning the league this year? If they've got Gyökeres up front,
they win the league if they got a Gyökeres. Yeah,
and that's it. This is the difference to me.
Yeah,
if Arsenal go and buy a top centre forward, that listen, people will have a pop at Haaland all the time. We're always looking for Haaland's weaknesses, but you know what he'll always do? He'll always put the biscuit in the basket.
Yep.
You know, he always scores goals. And for me, you lot seem to have patchy players. Martinelli has patches of scoring goals. Jesus has patches of scoring goals.
Yeah.
The top clubs, the top strikers, Isak.
Yeah,
Kane.
Isak's another example.
Kane, Isak, Lewandowski, Haaland. These guys are prolific. These guys are, well, my team finished 10th, but I got 35 goals. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a huge difference. So I don't think Arsenal, let me see in my prediction where I had Arsenal. Let's see how accurate I am so far. So I had Arsenal second. I had Arsenal finishing second, right? So at the moment, I think you're pretty much where I thought you was going to be.
Yeah.
Hang on. Bobby K would like to come on. Should we get there?
Go on.
Let's get Bobby K on. Hang on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can send him the link. We've got loads of comments. Bobby K will bring a bit of comedy to it. By the way, guys, don't forget we've got debate Savva later on. Please, I'm going to ask nicely, and I know this sounds horrible. Please, when I ask for debate Savva, can we please have people that stop coming on that want to talk to me about other things? No offense, but there are people that keep joining just because they see an option with a link and then they want to talk to me about things that aren't anything to do with what we're talking about. And they just sit there and look at me. And then I have to, do you know what I mean? Right? I want people that feel strongly, have an opinion and come on and go, Sav, I want to talk about boom. Right. And then not expect me to ask the questions. So please, if we can do that, let me send this through to Bobby K. Ben Kaufman, you're more than welcome to come on if you would like to as well. You're in the chat, but I don't know if you can. Let me send it to Ben and Coover as well. We'll have a laugh. Sod it. Why not? Let's do this. Look, let's have a look at some more of the comments. Tell me why Sonny McMathers and Biss didn't start against Newcastle. We looked so much better in the second half. Well, lots of people saying that they had the bug, and that's why they didn't start. People saying we looked better in the second half. Again, I argued this last night, Perchy. For me, I thought we had a lot of the ball in the second half. I just don't think we actually did anything with it. So for me, a lot of Spurs fans are always confusing. We were a better team. We dominated with actually, well, what did we do? Like, I remember Dubravka making maybe one save in that second half.
But this is unfortunately, big up Romeo. Is it Romero Alpha? Was it? So yeah, big up to you, mate. But what Newcastle? This is the problem. People look at it from face value, delve into it more tactically. What did Newcastle do? They sat off us. They went, go on. They did what we should have done against Wolves in that second half. Sat off us and went, go on. You have to hit a 30-yard screamer to get a result here. And we looked better on paper, statistic. But if you looked at it, Newcastle went, we'll take the edge off the game. That was the difference for me.
Yeah, no, completely agree. Yeah, listen, the old SWOT analysis. Yeah, well, GCSE, BBC, yeah. Look, I mean, when I've managed teams in the corporate world, we always do the SWOT analysis. Every time someone has a review, a quarterly, half-yearly review, it's give me your SWOT. Tell me your weaknesses. Let's work on them, right? That's what good managers do. This is your weakness. Yeah. So, for example, when I was starting off in sales, I'm going back to 2004 in recruitment. I went to a week-long training course away in the Cotswolds, working for a company called Reed, right? So I'm sure you've all heard of Reed, one of the biggest recruitment companies in the world. And what they do, they've got a business training school where you learn all these different techniques that help you. And one of the things we did, it was so embarrassing, Perchy, right, is you have to do a mock sales call. So somebody would pretend to be the client. You're ringing them as the recruiter, going, hi, I'm so-and-so calling from Reed. And then you record it and play it back, which is so cringe. And what I always got told was, good sales call, but have you noticed what you do that isn't good? And I'd always be like, oh, what am I doing? Like, you know what? And what I used to do, Perchy, was I used the word obviously. In all my sentences, I'd go, and obviously what we'll do, and obviously the rates we're offering, and obviously. And somebody turned around and said to me, it's not obvious. You're speaking to a brand new client. These aren't obvious things. Tell them what we do is this, which means that. Tell them what you do. Tell them the benefit. And from then on, I was like, I'm going to try and cut that out. So for the next month, 2-3 months, I noticed that steadily over my phone calls, the word obviously was few and far between. And I know it's a very different thing, but again, it was someone looking at my weaknesses, pointing them out to me and me going, I've got to change. We don't do that as a team.
Have you just compared you saying obviously to playing inverted fullbacks? That's quite a good way of merging it. If Ange stopped playing inverted fullbacks every game, we might actually start doing better. Is that how you've done that? It's impressive.
No, mate. Look, listen. We can all work on things in life, right?
Yeah.
Basically, it's the same thing. If you are fat and you need to lose weight, right? You don't lose weight by doing the same behaviors you've been doing for the last year that put on weight, right? It's like, I've used this analogy with you before, Perchy. If I turn around to you, and I'm making this up, by the way, guys. If I turn around to you, I'm not 20 stone. You can see I'm not. If I turn around and go, Perchy, I'm 20 stone. In 3 months, I want to be 17 stone, right? If you call me in a month and go, hey, Sav, how you doing? What do you weigh? Right? And I go, still 20 stone, but don't worry, trust the process. And you say to me, what have you changed? No, nothing at the moment. I'm just going to keep going and see what happens. Right, so you haven't changed your intake of food. You haven't changed what you're eating. You haven't changed what you're drinking. You haven't added more water, more exercise. No. You phone me in 2 months. What's happening? Still at 20 stone. Or I'm on 21 stone. So you're going backwards. Yeah. But I know in month 3, it's going to kick. That's what Spurs are doing with Ange.
Yeah.
Don't worry. When it clicks, it's madness.
Savva basically saying it gets better. It will get better soon. Trust me, it will get better soon.
Denial. It's denial.
If
I turn around and say, I eat McDonald's 5 times a week, right? Why am I not losing weight? And then you say to me next week, how many McDonald's you had this week? Still 5, but I'm doing more running. Yeah, but you're still eating shit. You're still, your body is still, it doesn't make sense. I'm going to go to a couple of comments quickly here. Faz, look, Faz, I'm not going to keep going round and round with you. Many people, I actually put this in one of my WhatsApp groups. People like Perchy have seen this. You were mugging me off on another channel. I saw your comment. Many people did, Faz. I don't think you realize you do it at the time. I think what you try and do is please the YouTube channel you're in at the time, but you were horrible about me. I don't mind, but then you come back to my channel going, it's not true. I've seen it. Anyway, hypothetically, what would you let's move on from it. What would you take for what do you think hypothetically, what would take for Ange to achieve, if any, for you to become Ange, winning the league or a League Cup? I don't need Spurs to win a league for me to be a manager in. Right?
Winning the league.
I need, as Perchy said earlier, let's get a run of wins and let's start seeing some tactics being adapted, Faz. And your second point here, did we mention it when we had 1 defeat in 9 earlier this season? Yes, Faz, I've been Ange out for over a year. Nobody is questioning the bad form. The question is what we achieve from changing another manager. Well, you get in a better manager that won't just lose game after game after game, Faz. It's really simple.
Yeah.
I don't get it. What else? I don't get. Look at that. Look at this robe. Look at this robe, Bobby K.
Look at him. He just needs a cat, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He needs that cat.
Teddy. Oh, Teddy. I excuse my appearance, gentlemen. My apologies, but the camera crew from Sky Sports will be here shortly to dress me. And I just wanted to make sure they said to basically keep myself simple and be ready to dress. They're going to be bringing the wardrobe and the makeup lady and everything. And it's just, you know what? It's so boring having my own team come here to do that stuff. So I said, all right, then I'll see how their crew does, right?
Is this all come? I seen you on We Are Tottenham TV these days. It's just become big time.
Who was on We Are Tottenham TV?
Part-time, big time.
Part-time, big time.
But good morning to you, gents. First off, good morning to everybody in the chat. I wish everybody a very happy new year. God bless you and your families. I wish everybody nothing but the very best of their health, wealth, and happiness, aside from Tottenham. But I am going to do my level best, Savva, to you sexy mofo. You look at you down there, you glistening little bastard. So happy to have your son back on screen with you, aren't you? So I do want to I do want to actually have a serious football chat. I know, Savva's
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I actually legitimately do. I've been listening to you guys for the last hour. I woke up, have to get kids off to school, of course. So.
Membership link. Sorry, just quickly, Bobby. People have been asking. There's the membership link if anyone wants to. You don't have to. Membership link does cost. I'm not asking anybody to part with money. Likes and subscribes are free. Bobby K wants to talk seriously. This is a new era for Tottenham Hotspur YouTube.
Well, it's not going to last long, though. It's just
I love 2025 Bobby K. This is cool. Let's go.
New year, new me. Okay, so honestly, want to know you guys. I've enjoyed the show this morning, guys. I like the conversation you guys are having. No screaming, no yelling, no arguing with people. No, you're just presenting facts from your perspective and how you feel about it, and that's the way it's supposed to be. People want to choose to accept them or not. That's their bloody problem. For me, I just really truly want to know from you guys that are Ange out, what is the answer? Because for the years that I've supported this club, I've seen that the issue is further up the food chain. The rot has started a lot higher and it's now settled into the club. You see it with the passion on the pitch as well. And we've seen it through different managers. I don't personally think that just changing the manager is going to be the solution. I just think we just go back and cycle back. I know that you guys are saying that possibly even having a manager that come in will get us. I don't think it's going to be a change enough to get us to the trophy. It'll change in the sense that we, instead of having 10 losses, 9, 10, 11 losses, wherever we're at this point in the season, we would basically have less. Instead of 10, we might have 7 losses or 6 losses. I don't think there's somebody that's going to propel us to the point where we're challenging, truly challenging.
But what I would but what I would say on that is, if that is what the standard is, challenging is the standard.
But we have to start challenge before we win.
No, but I don't think
I'm talking in steps. I don't think we're going to be able to just propel right to go up there, right?
I talk it on levels right here. We're here at the moment. We're down here. Challenging's up here. I don't think we're getting a manager in that makes us do that. Don't think it's happening. Doesn't matter who. We've had some of the best managers in the world manage us recently.
Yes,
and not do
that's
it,
what I'm saying.
Right?
And not do it.
But my point is we at the moment, can we get in a manager that takes us from here to here? Yes.
Yes, but what's the point of going from here to here is what I'm saying.
Because that's not how it works, right? In a sense, like you don't go.
Yeah, but we've gone Perchy. I'm sorry, you're sitting here. This is the top. This is the bottom setting, and we've seen us sit right here for the last few years, and then slowly do this.
Yeah, granted.
So how do we expect the build-up to be in larger steps? Is what I'm saying. The decline has been steady. But we're expecting this chart.
No. Since Andrew's come in, the decline's been like that since the first 10 games. Since the first 10 games with Andrew.
Yes, we got figured out. Yeah, I'm not arguing with that.
But since then, statistically, we've gone like that. There's no argument on that. I think we can all agree on that one.
But we have to also the larger facts here. We're missing a majority of our starting 11. Our back line has been just.
But so is everyone else in the sense of other teams above us that are winning games. Brentford.
But that's the point, Perchy. They've got better players to call upon when they have.
Do they?
Whose fault is that?
But do they though?
You look at Arsenal's bench. You look at our bench. We've got youngsters. And then what do we do with our youngsters? After how many years did Austin sit there in the shadows? Finally gets a chance, has a man of the match performance, and we've already got his replacement signed.
I'll flip it for this point. If Spurs in the summer signed Ben Mee, would you be happy with the signing of Ben Mee? Ryan Yates. So my point is when the teams like Brentford, Bournemouth, Fulham, Forest, I'll use those as 4 examples. When they have big injuries out of their team, they don't have the standard and quality Spurs can. Radu Dragusin's an international. Radu Dragusin's a good defender. Just played absolutely against the way he should play. Ipswich, someone put in the chat, Ipswich right now have 7 injuries. How are they getting results at the moment? Ipswich should not be 6 points behind us. We should not be where they're in a relegation battle that we're only 6 points ahead of them. This manager, whether or not we agree or disagree on the quality of our players, no one, not even the doomest of doomers, said we'd be 13th in January. Not one. And that tells me that the manager isn't doing the best of ways. With this squad, where do you think we should finish with this squad of players?
Well, I think the consensus basically through a lot of people at the beginning of the season before we even kicked the ball was I'll take 10th in a trophy. And a lot of people agreed with that. And even those that are Ange out, Ange in kind of thing are willing to take that, knowing that we're in a rebuild season.
But we're not rebuilding though, are we? What have we rebuilt? We haven't rebuilt anything. We bought one player this season that gets in our 11.
But that's what I'm saying. So where's that problem? That's higher up the food chain.
But I get that.
Why did we bring in the Scott Lange and the Scott Munn and this or whatever that Lange guy's first name is and all this stuff? And
Bobby, I agree with you.
They're not doing it properly.
But
so
Bobby,
the problem is higher.
Bobby, I agree with you.
I think Ange is just a scapegoat. That's my thing.
But okay, but are you telling?
Yeah, I waited for you to come back to say that shit. You see that facial reaction, folks? That was for you, fans.
Wait, let me just finish. But my point is so you're telling me no manager gets us better than 10 losses in 20 games?
I'm saying there is no. I'm saying there's several managers.
Yeah, no, a lot of managers.
A lot. But I don't think there's anyone, not a single one in the world, that puts us in the position we as Spurs fans truly feel we believe we should be in and want to be in. When we left White Hart Lane, we were averaging Champions League positions, and from there we were told and fooled as fans that once we get this massive stadium, we're going to have this influx of cash, we're going to be competing with the big boys and everything. And what have we done?
Okay, there's
Gone
two.
backwards.
This
But
is the problem.
that's
This
not-
is
he wasn't
he
again.
wasn't
We're
even there
conflating
yet.
subjects.
we started this show with the word conflating. We're conflating two
Please,
different
guys,
conversations.
come on now. It's 7:50 in the morning. You're lucky enough I came on and was willing to talk football. You
At the
guys are going to use big words. I am gone.
At the start of the show, we said
We don't know what it means, Bobby. We just use it. We don't know what it means.
Yeah.
So
So
just
I was
saying
the
it.
only one.
What-
Cheers. Thanks, Savva.
Okay. I'll ask some real simple questions.
Steve is
Should-
wearing red.
With this squad, should Spurs be winning a league with the squad that we've got?
No.
No.
But that's
Fair
my
consensus.
point. Why
But-
do we not have the squad that's competing?
But
to win the
okay,
league
so here's
when
an.
we've
but
been in the
hang on,
stadium this long.
hang on. We're on two ends of the spectrum. I'll go to should Spurs with this squad of players be 13th in the league after 20 games? No is the fair answer. No. There's a bit in the middle, right? So
Right.
The bit in the middle, where should Spurs be with the squad? Out of without at the start of the season, I would have said Spurs have got maybe the 5th/6th best team in the league. Fair? I think it's around, give or take 1 or 2, anywhere between 5th and 7th. So Spurs should finish anywhere from 4th to 8th. I think if he finished 8th, it's a bad season. If he finished 4th, it's a good season, right?
Yeah, Perchy.
Oh,
We're doing
oh.
well. We're in 12th.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
yeah.
you got big edge.
Sorry, oh, sorry, yeah.
Perchy out. Perchy
The
out.
quad
Yeah,
is
see?
on, baby. The quad is on.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, we're 12th. Sorry.
I don't know. I
That's
guess
the one
for
thing
me,
I got wrong.
I guess what it is for me, guys, honestly, is that I don't think sitting from 12th to 6th is something I want as a fan. That's to me, that's just standings.
Yeah, but
that's just
where-
money
but Bobby,
coming into
that's
the
where we
club
should
that
be.
they're not using.
Yeah, but Bobby, this is
But we got
this is
from
the-
Champions League qualification, Savva, completely right down
So why
Sure.
keep this
before
manager
he
then?
was here.
Yes, but Bobby, hang on. Yes, before he was here, we came away from the Champions League positions. This guy's taken us even further away from those positions. Look, we're conflating two arguments here. We're confusing them. If the argument is which manager comes in and wins Spurs a league title, then let's wrap up the club because no one's coming in and winning us a league title.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
But couldn't all 19 teams that don't win the league say that? The difference is Newcastle United, they're not going to win a league. I use Newcastle because Steve's here. Newcastle United aren't going to win a league, but they've not just gone and got any old Tom, Dick and Harry. They've got a really good coach that keeps them well, upgrades players, tactically astute, and they will get European football this year. If we're going to talk about winning leagues, let's talk about winning leagues. Levy is the devil. We all know Enoch don't want to win league titles. Hardly anyone wins leagues. But surely what we can't do as a football club, a professional football club with the 8th biggest revenue in the world, right, who the 6th biggest football club in this country, is turn around and say, oh, well, if we're not winning leagues, don't worry then. Just sit 12th and let the manager lose 10 games in 20. Bobby, we can't. No other manager, Bobby.
Savva,
Hang on. But Bobby, no other manager has ever got away with this type of results and got this backing. And now suddenly it's what we're doing. We're putting the issues of the past and the issues of Daniel Levy and Enoch, and we're wrapping that up into his bad management, and we're parceling it all together. The difference is if you remove the owners for 1 second, the manager is just doing a terrible, terrible job. Fulham, are they sacking Silva because they're not challenging for a title?
No.
Are Bournemouth sacking Iriola because they're not challenging for a title? Are Villa sacking Emery because they're not challenging for a title? No, these clubs know they're not going to win it, but they're striving for the next step.
Moving upwards, though. That's the
Yes,
thing.
but we're going downwards.
But we were already going down before this guy got here, is my point.
No, that's not true.
Why is it Nuno's got Forest sitting up in, what are they, second? The third?
Because Nuno tactically has looked at the players he's got and gone, do you know what? This is how I get results. This manager looks at
one manager of the month what, 3 months in with us, and then we turned around and got rid of him.
But do you know what? Do you know what, Bobby? What you're doing there? Angie's a very good purple patch manager where he'll have 4 or 5 games where he'll get 3 or 4 wins over 5, and then we go on a massive losing run and we don't win a game. We haven't won it. We haven't won a game at home in the league since November.
We're
Tottenham Hotspur. We're not, as I said, we're not Crystal Palace. We're not Brentford. We're not Wolves.
Okay,
We are Tottenham Hotspur.
Is that? This is a question now, honestly.
Yeah.
This is me, guys. You know me. I'm a deluded happy clapper. You can bring in Ted freaking Lasso right now, and I'll be the first guy
have him in right now.
Yellow T-shirt that says "Believe" across it. You know that. That's just my mentality. You know, real life sucks.
Exactly.
And this is supposed to be a source of joy for me, and that's why I just refuse to go down the reality path, for lack of better words. I just don't want to. I don't want to. Okay.
Okay. All right. We'll keep him for you. We're gonna keep him.
No. It's not about keeping. It's not about keeping him. It's about basically. Is there? Do you feel that it's too far gone, that this guy is well beyond, no matter what he does, no matter what? Muani comes in. Who else are we linked with right now? What are the other rumors that are happening?
Manager wise.
No. I'm saying the players that we've already rumored.
Oh,
with,
right, okay.
That's Kula Muani, whatever
Kula
that kid.
Muani, yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, from him. There's we already got that goalkeeper kid in. God knows why. Who else are we rumored with right now?
I'll be honest. I've stayed away from it for a reason, but we
got that Yan kid coming in. We got Vuskovic coming in.
Right.
Is he coming now or July?
He comes in the summer.
He'll in the summer.
He'll be joining in the summer.
Okay. Are these pieces that are coming in? Are they not going to give this guy the players that he truly wants now to come in that makes a difference?
Bobby, we heard this.
No.
We heard this from all the same people in the summer. It was Odeberg's perfect for him. Bergval's perfect for him. Gray's perfect for him. Solanke's perfect for him. Vicario's perfect for him. Madison's perfect for him. Van der Ven's perfect for him. And so on and so on and so on. When it doesn't work out, we then change to he's not been backed. These weren't the players he wanted. Bobby, the difference is I believe you can bring in any of these players that we're talking about. I think you can bring in Kolo Muani. You can bring in Skriniar. These tactics leave us so exposed that I think we're going to get past the point of it being which players are playing. And it's going to be, these are the tactics. The 15 months, Bobby, don't lie. 15 months of these crap results don't lie.
What are you talking about? The first 10 games, we were going to win everything.
Sure. And that's what I said, 15 months. Right?
After the first.
So I just wanted to hear something out of Steve. The poor guy's been here like 10 minutes. And
but the problem you've got
is, games.
Guys, the problem we've got is what we're doing now is no matter how many games we lose, we're now every defeat now is Levy's fault. Yeah. We've had managers under this ownership that have done well, and suddenly we're forgetting that. For every Jose and Conte weren't backed. Well, let's look at this. Jose and Conte weren't backed to what Jose and Conte need, which is the whole reason why it was pointless hiring top winning, serial winning managers. That's different from getting a competent coach like an Iriola, like an Eddie Howe, like somebody that can manage with what he's got. But what we can't do is keep going now. Every defeat, this is on Levy. Because at the beginning of the season, Bobby, everyone's making videos about we're going to be second. We're going to be third. I think this is the strongest squad we've had in years. These young players are generational. They're better than the deadwood we got rid of. When it doesn't start working, all these same people, Bobby, have completely backtracked to, but he's not been backed. What? He's not been backed enough to be in the top 7, the top 6, the top 8, the top half. Has he not been backed enough to be 9 points behind Bournemouth?
And the thing
this is madness.
And
sorry,
I'll just add on to that. Like, people in the summer and YouTubers in the summer were saying this manager doesn't need a massive budget. This manager doesn't need a massive budget. He can coach players better and get better out of he doesn't need a £300 million this budget. Get him 2 or 3 players and he'll get better. The same people are now saying he wasn't backed in the summer. This is the problem, right? It's flip-flopping and going round in circles and changing the narrative on what it was.
That's what I don't get.
Steve's stirring the pot since he can't get a word in. He's just chatting.
Yeah, sorry, Steve. I'm going to come to you in 1 second. I will. But for me, I just think what we've got to do is here. I keep hearing this. What difference does changing a manager make? Well,
and that honestly though, but that's what I truly want to know. It's not even that's a stupid question. Actually, we know changing a manager does make a difference. We know that there's going to be an instant effect. Even if you brought in a no-name manager, there will be a new manager bounce. It happens everywhere. But who is the guy that's going to make the appropriate changes? We had powerhouse guys come in like Conte and Mourinho, who we thought that are going to actually be able to pressure this board into having the power and getting the players they truly want. We can argue, were not backed properly.
So
this guy's got more money than they have, and he failed further.
They're managers that win titles. You've got to remember, Conte and Jose, they're not... Listen, no one brings Conte, Jose, Klopp, Pep. No one brings those managers to their club to just make them better. They bring those managers to the club to win you the ultimate prizes in football.
That's why Napoli hired Conte.
Right. What Spurs need, we need a manager that's going to make us competent. We need a manager that we're going to say, right, we should be at least challenging. I'm not saying we should definitely be top 4 before everyone gets my words wrong. We should have a manager that says, you know what? Yeah, I've got some injuries. Tell you what I'm going to do to compensate for the injuries. I'm going to drop how we play there. I'm going to tuck in here. We've got a manager, Bobby, that just goes, go on, just go and play every game. Go and do what we do. And then when we lose week after week, but the players gave everything. Yeah, the players might have given it.
But that's the thing, Savva. I'm not seeing the players give everything. To me, it looks like they've quit on this guy already. But I've seen these players kind of look like they've quit under the last 6 managers.
No, but all of these players haven't been here over the last 6
hang on,
managers.
A lot of the majority of them have, and they've
they haven't.
No. I'm not saying this with these players, but did we not have this same argument when we looked under? Hey, big up Archie. I'm just saying, did we not see not the decline in player, but did we not question players' ethics and their love for the badge in the club under Conte, under Mourinho, under Nuno? Because the rot is higher.
Sure, but Bobby,
that black cloud mentality
now let's look
is higher, and it's trickling down. It's so disgusting, and that's why I refuse to put the blame on this one guy. That's what I guess I'm trying to get to. Bobby, I'm not saying Ange is the Messiah or the answer. We know that.
His stats are so much worse than any of these other managers, Bobby, that you would say those managers were getting so much more out of players. Now, let's have a look at the point you've just made, which I think is completely wrong, right? Sorry, love you, but I think completely wrong. Because
that's okay. You can prove yourself to be wrong against my point.
If we're going to say it's the same group of players, in the summer, we've got everybody going, oh, my God, we've got rid of all the deadwood. All the deadwood's gone. Then when we're not doing well this year, the answer is, but it's the same players. Let's have a look. Vicario is his. Pedro Porro played, I think, 2 games of football, if I'm not wrong, under Antonio Conte before he was sacked or walked, whatever. Right? Van de Ven is his. Udogie never played a game under Conte.
Sorry, I won't hear a bad word about Van de Ven. Savva, you can slag everybody off you want in the club. You can even talk shit about my kids, but you will not talk about Van de Ven.
Bobby, hang on. Let's make a football point. If we're going to make a football point, make a football point. I'm not slagging him off. This is my point. Vicario is his. Pedro Porro was basically like a brand new signing because he played a couple of games under Conte before he left. Right? Van de Ven is his. Romero, everyone tells me is absolutely superb, brilliant, world-class centre-half, right? And Udogie never played a single game under Conte because he was out on loan, right? Bergval's his. Gray's his, right? James Maddison's his.
Papa Sarr hardly played any football under Antonio Conte before, so we can't really blame him for anything that happened, right? Solanke's his. Solomon he bought in is his. Brennan Johnson is his.
Timo
Werner.
Dragosine is his. Timo Werner is his. So when we're saying all of these players let down the other managers, this isn't true. The ones that are still here are the ones
I'm
that
not saying
everyone...
these players. I'm saying the players in general. We said before, the players that we had in the club under Conte, we questioned. The players that we had in the club under Mourinho, we questioned. The players in the club under Nuno, we questioned. As fans, there were several times in shows, I've seen it, that a lot of the times we were wondering why these guys are not playing with passion. Why are they giving up on the badge? Because the rot, again, is further higher up. Now, this guy's tactical...
I agree. Your club culture sucks. I'll agree with that.
That to me is the issue.
But this is how I think it's such a lazy argument, though. It's a lazy argument because
it's 8 o'clock in the morning. How you know how much you want out of me? It's gonna be lazy. Made him in my bathrobe. Shut up, Perchy.
But my point is here, though. My point here is though, we can talk about players under other managers. We weren't 13th under these managers.
Yeah, right.
12th. Sorry, I'll get in trouble by Faz in the chat.
We could be 14th come next weekend, by the way.
Oh, don't. It's terrifying. But
wait, what happens if Wolves win tonight? Hold on.
Wolves will be 4 points behind us or something if they win, by the way. I think stupid.
Wolves will be 5 points behind us if they win today. And they've sacked a manager in a relegation battle.
Okay, so I think we're kind of going off a different...
And they drew with you.
But my point is here's an argument, right? And I'll use what your point was. Is well, if we can't, we might as well keep him because we can't get in another manager to win us the league. So do West Ham sack Lopetegui because they're not going to win a title if they bring in a new manager?
I'm not saying we need a manager that wins the league. I'm saying we need somebody that's gonna. We were averaging 4th, right?
Yeah.
So I need to see a manager that's going to, like Savva himself said, and you even said, we want to see somebody that's going to take us up the level.
And if you get
a new manager, you want to go down to 3rd, into 2nd, then possibly going to.
But you get in a new manager that can do
the right way.
And because this manager has taken us like that.
Because so have the last 3 though. After what, it's been consistently.
No, they didn't. Jose. When did Jose Conte? By the way. Even with Nuno, by the way, we were averaging better results under him. Is that not a damning indictment? And we wanted it gone.
Did any of them get us up into 3rd? Did any of them have us finish 3rd?
But Bobby, what you're doing is you're doing the whole running before you can walk argument. You want a manager that comes in, goes, picks this up, and takes us to 3rd. That's not going to happen immediately.
But that's what I'm saying. But Perchy, to me, that's what the club should be set up so that the manager that comes in with a few additions should propel us. We have now gone from having the managers come in that have screwed the club up, that then turn around and get rid of half the players and bring in a new lot that again have the same mentality though. But why Bobby, is that mentality in the club?
But Bobby, what I'll flip it. I actually agree with your point, but my point is here.
Oh shit! You all right?
Hang on. But I'm about to go 360 on it though. This is why I want. This is why I want a new manager, because actually I don't think this group of players should. If you got in a tactician, I'm not one of this nonsense rebuild bollocks. For me, it's bollocks. When I hear, oh well, if you sack a manager, you need to rebuild the team. That is nonsense. It's not true. It's propaganda and PR that has been pushed out to make us think, well, we can't sack a manager because we've got to go and buy 20 new players. Not true. It doesn't happen. You get in a better manager, gets better results with the squad that we have. Right now in January, you get 2 or 3 players in to make us a little bit better. We will go up the table. But what we're doing is...
I would like to jump in because a lot of I'm now going to call them the Ange lovers. What a lot of them are now doing is they're blaming Daniel Levy. The same people in the summer, exactly the same people in the summer were saying, Levy's changed. Levy's going down a different route. Levy's doing this. Levy's learned from his lessons. Levy's finally found a project manager, despite the fact he's never been in a job in a club for more than 3 years.
Yeah.
History matters, everyone.
What is a project manager, by the way? What does that mean?
The same people
I don't know.
that are saying that Levy has finally changed are now turned on Daniel Levy, not even on they've turned on him on a micro dime. They've turned on him immediately because they can finally see, wait, yes, the managers we had before weren't the greatest. I didn't want Antonio Conte sacked. I didn't want him sacked. I stayed with him but I did admit that probably Antonio Conte is not the right manager for the setup that Tottenham Hotspur have as a football club, because we don't go spend hundreds of millions on bish, bash, bosh, win the league, then get a new manager that takes over after. We don't do that. But he was a competent football manager. Antonio Conte was slaughtered every single week by the so-called positive fans. Slaughtered every week. At least no one ever said, well, at least the first 6 months were fucking fantastic. Sorry, Savva. The first 6 months were amazing under Antonio Conte, but he couldn't keep it through because he had terrible footballers. Sanchez, Dyer, Davis, Emerson Royal, aging terrible footballers. Conte got that terrible team playing great football for 6 months.
Yeah.
We all agree. And people were saying, oh, this Tottenham team's going to finish second this year. Second? We've finished higher than Arsenal. Finish higher than Arsenal.
Can I show you something? I'm going to come back to this, right? First of all, I get what Bobby's saying about the average of fourth. But again, this completely destroys...
I just want to know who comes in. That's basically
I know, but when we're saying...
I'd rather have you, Bobby.
Hang on.
Have you, Bobby.
Hang on. When we're saying, oh, but who comes in and can do better, blah, 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 and the average of fourth over the years. Look at all of these in the last 20 years, all of these fifth, fourth, sixth, fifth, third, second, third, fourth. All of these have been under Daniel Levy. So when we're saying it doesn't matter who comes in, look how far back we've gone. Good managers have come in. Martin Jol picked up an absolute mess at Tottenham and got 2 fifth-place finishes in an era where Arsenal, Liverpool, City, Chelsea, sorry, not City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man United, and someone else was brilliant at the time, Chelsea, right?
Chelsea.
Yeah, Chelsea.
Then Harry Redknapp picked up an absolute mess, turned us into, you look at the Harry Redknapp years, turned us into 4th, 5th, 4th, right? In his era, when he was up against Man City, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, he 4th, 5th, he was competing with those with good, solid signings that didn't cost a lot. Then you look at Antonio Conte picked us up, took us to 4th place. Pochettino picked us up, competed with those, right? All of these managers that have been under Daniel Levy were good managers.
Then why
they worked with what they've got, right?
Why are they gone?
No, hang on, Bobby. There's a difference between whether they're good managers that they had a tenure at Spurs and for whatever reason they went. Harry Redknapp was courting the England job. We all know what was going on.
But with Conte, Nuno, and
let me get there. Let me get to that side.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Right? But they were all managers that will build for you, right? They are managers that you will go, right, make us a proper football team. Harry Redknapp, we're a mess. Come in, take us back to the basics, get us playing good football, and get an organised team. Poch is a coach. Poch, for me, isn't the greatest manager in the world. He's a bloody good coach. And he coached and got the best out of everybody. Martin Jol, he galvanised us as well. The problem that you're talking about, Bobby, Jose Mourinho and Conte, we brought them in to do what those managers done. Those aren't managers that say, I need 3, 4, 5 years. They are managers that go, hang on, my strength is you give me players with ego that win, I will get you titles. There's a huge difference. Ange Postecoglou is neither of what the Poch and the Redknapps were or what the Contes and the Mourinhos are. Ange Postecoglou is a chancer that has bought one style of football, which is all gung-ho and leaves us stranded. Now, let me show you this. Before anyone comes in, I want to show you this. This screen here, stop that screen. This screen here, for when we're talking about the same players that were here, blah, 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 this screen, hopefully you guys can see that. I'm not sure how big that'd be. If you look at that team, that's Bournemouth's 11 that played at the weekend, right?
Yeah.
7 of that 11 were there when Iriola took over at the same time as Ange. 7 of that 11 were there. I've just checked it on Transfer Market. 7 of them. He's managed to take them from being a really crap team to a really organised team that are currently sitting in European places, 9 points above Spurs, having spent hardly anything, losing their best striker like we did. So, Bobby, when people are saying who comes in and does better, why have Bournemouth, who were much worse than what Ange took over, why has the Bournemouth manager been able to do this? Why has the Brentford manager taken them from the Championship up to competing for European places in the Premier League?
Because the mentality of the players is different. When they had a new manager come in, they had belief come in behind them to show that the club is actually wanting to win. We don't have that mentality.
Based on what?
The club itself doesn't have that mentality. We have successfully sat there and accepted trying to finish in Champions League spots and accepting that that is a victory for us. Our owner has done that. And what did he do? He brought these big managers in that you're talking about, gave them a few players here and there and everything, but won what? Jack shit.
So,
they won nothing, though. That's the point. They
now quantify it.
So again, who, when, and where?
Quantify for me how Bournemouth have got a better mentality and how they want to win things more than Spurs. Bournemouth aren't winning anything.
Because look at around Tottenham. Look at the.
I'm not asking about Tottenham.
I think what Bobby is saying is Bournemouth are a football club that care about football. Was to Tottenham, football is a secondary.
Is a secondary thing.
But that's no. But this is
our priority.
Yeah, but no. But this is no. Because again, back to the great word conflating. It's going on a T-shirt.
Oh, we're conflating this shit. I'm looking this word up. Hold on.
We're conflating. we're conflating.
I'll bring it up on stream.
Steve, look it up so you can at least give us a definition. Poor guy's been here a half hour, hasn't said a word yet.
What it means is hang on, mate. What it means is you're using two different things and using the same reason for the same thing. We'll park it for a second. Tottenham,
that's called lying.
No. It's basically saying that two things in a sense. There
you go.
But
now I need to go get my glasses.
Hey, you guys, two things can be true at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time.
Yes.
One, football can be a secondary
so my wife
thing,
is
and that is the truth
all the time.
But it could be the truth. But the truth of the matter is, Angepostecoglou has done exactly what the Levy-in lot have been saying all those years about people like me saying, I want Levy out.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Spurs in the 90s. Do you want to go back to being Spurs in the 90s? Do you want to look back? Look how bad we were in the 90s. We are worse than Spurs were in the 90s. We are worse.
But we
are worse than Spurs in the 90s, and we don't even win anything. But we are worse. We should get this on a T-shirt.
And it's not going to get better, by the way.
Christian Gross is a better manager, factually and statistically now, than Angepostecoglou.
Yes, but fans like Bobby are saying that doesn't matter. Just keep him. Why?
No, but
the thing is, no, don't put words in my mouth. No. I'm sorry. No, hold on.
You said, what's the point of sacking him?
I didn't say what's the point of sacking him. I said who comes in and changes things, and how do we propel to the level we feel that we need to get to. That's what I want answered. I want to know who's going to come in
let's let
and
Perchy
have
go.
the power.
Because I'm actually about to bring both of it all into one. This is why I say when we talk about Daniel Levy and we talk about Tottenham as an entity, they're not after winning titles. They don't care. That's not the prerogative. We'll park that. Let's have this conversation about football and not about Daniel Levy and Nick and Owissop for one moment. For once. Because this is what happens, right? When we have a bad run of form, it's this is Daniel Levy's fault. Park that for 1 second. Now, the argument what Bobby's saying could somebody come in and do better than what we're doing? The answer is yes. The simple answer is yes. We can use very simple examples. Yeah, no. I know you did. I'm not disputing that. simple statistical evidence to show that someone like an Iriola can come in and get better out of the players that we've got. Have we got? And then when I hear I think it's a lazy argument to say, well, we've got bad mentality at the club. No, we don't. That upstairs is different to playing. The playing staff aren't sitting there going, because did we have bad mentality when we beat Manchester City?
No.
Did we have bad mentality when we beat Aston Villa? No, we didn't.
Then
So
why is it not consistent?
Because the consistency is because this manager hasn't consistently got a setup and a tactic that is good enough to consistently get results.
It should have been a massive red flag hiring a manager that never takes his coaching staff with him.
But
that should have been a massive red flag. Every manager worth his salt takes his coaching staff with him. Every single one. You see with Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe at Newcastle was the perfect example. He takes his coaching staff. He says, if I can't have my number 2, I am not taking that job. But Ange seems to goes to every single club and he's trying to build you've got to have your lieutenants with you. How is he supposed to trust his lieutenants that he's brought with him if he's never worked with them before? So they don't know what they're doing because they've never worked with him. He doesn't know what he's doing because he doesn't know how to manage the people he's brought in. That should have been a massive red flag. You've got to have a coaching staff that knows what they're doing. Pochettino, wherever Pochettino goes, he's got his 3 guys that come with it.
Yeah,
he's always got his 3 guys. You've got to have that.
D'Agostino, Perez, and whatever the other fella's name is.
You've got Mile Jedinak, who's an awful set piece coach. You've got Ryan Mason, who doesn't know what he's doing. You've got a guy that was fired from Hibernian of all. Was it Hibernian? The guy that was sacked from Hibernian, and you've got the other guy.
But
I don't know what they're doing.
But I get all that. I get all that, and it all streamlines into what I'm trying to say. I get all that. We can talk about individual coaching staff members and whatnot and stuff, but for me, like I look. My point is should this club be 12th in the league right now?
No, never.
No. Can another manager come in tomorrow and get us up the table? Yes. So my point is
I'm going to give you one perch.
I'll agree with that.
I can tell you a manager. I think this manager is an utter dinosaur. I think he's finished at the elite level. Give this team and this back 5 to Massimiliano Allegri, and he will have you in the Champions League next year.
I don't even want a big.
You have a good shot at that, yeah. You would.
But give him those 3 centre backs and those wing backs, and he will have you competing. He will have it because he will say, "Wicked! I've got 2 amazing wing backs. I've got 3 competent centre backs. I will have you up there."
Because the thing is this is for me where like. Rob, I don't think you. I think the thing is look, Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong. This is where I think your position is. I don't think you think this manager's great. You just don't see the point changing, right?
No, it wasn't.
Is that fair?
I'll be honest with you, Perchy. Close enough. What I'm saying is, I don't think he's great. I think he's well out of his element. The fact that this point I'll make quickly, just to so that everybody understands where I'm coming from, and Savva will actually. Finally, maybe agree with one comment. When I see a goalie come in that hasn't got a shout, that hasn't got a crack because he's got a dinosaur tree playing in front of him that's making mistakes and he still doesn't get played, and he only gets a chance because there's no other options, and then he has a man-of-the-match performance, that to me tells me that our manager clearly doesn't know what he's talking about because he wants to see certain things in training to give players a chance. Now, he wasn't seeing what he wanted out of Austin in training, so he never got a chance. Yeah. Austin only got a chance because his hand was forced.
Hang on, Bobby.
And this man turns up and shows up and has a man-of-the-match performance in his first ever game. To me, that tells me you don't know your club. You don't know your players. You don't know who's capable.
Signing Timo Werner twice shows that you don't know player talent. Yes.
And then blaming Timo Werner twice and then blaming him when half the other team was putting in performances just as bad as him. So literally, we all go that Ange is not going to throw his players under the bus.
Like that, and when you're watching the fact that he's physically
unless your name is Timo Werner.
But he's physically killing our players. You know, everybody on this panel and a few in the chat that know me know I've got nothing but mad love for Van de Ven. I've already said 1,000 times that I would leave my wife for him in a heartbeat, and my children. It wouldn't even be a heartbeat for the kids. I got no problem ditching them. But they're old enough now, Savva. They've been hanging around 13, 18. He's going to be 4. Little one's going to be 14 next week.
Let them fight for themselves now, Bobby.
They're old enough. You know, go fend for yourselves. Now, seriously, get a job. Like, it's ridiculous. But what I'm saying is I don't see changing a manager makes a difference. Yes. But I don't see just changing the manager as being the effect that we all as Spurs fans truly feel what we deserve, and that is that propel up the food chain.
But they will. But they will, Bobby. Again, there's the difference. Somebody in the chat just made a great point. Not
Cuba,
this guy.
You,
this is not this guy.
This is the Norwindian sex god here, man.
Yeah,
fact. Some. By the way, that is not Ben from We Are Tottenham TV in the chat. I'm speaking to him on WhatsApp right now, so I don't know if that's Sim or. But guys, the difference is, Bobby. Someone in the chat made a great point. We can talk about where we want to be propelled to. First of all, we need a manager that can just get us back to where we were. At the moment, we've gone from a club that are, listen, everyone at the beginning of the season, Bobby, all these fans were talking about second, third, fourth. We've got this. We do
that every season, though, Savva. We do that every season.
No. Yeah.
At least Bobby, I know, dude. The quad's on every year for me.
Yeah, but Bobby, my point in this is that if we're going to make these outrageous bold claims, and if people are going to turn around, I've seen we've got a better forward line than Liverpool. We've got a better squad than Arsenal. Our manager's better than Eddie Howe. Our manager's better than Emery. Sure. So when all of that they've said is wrong, all of it has been wrong, by the way. We're better defensively. Wrong. We're wrong. When everything is wrong, you have to ask the question, Bobby, of are we going to act like a club with absolutely zero ambition to get better? Or are we just going to sit here and go, well, it doesn't matter, we'll just keep him? Because look at Man United, right? Now, whether Man United is working out or not will be dependent on what Ruben Amorim's remit is in the long versus the short term. But Man United, a club that have won 2 trophies in 2 years under Ten Hag, turned around and went, we are going like that. Pull the cord, right? Tottenham are going like this, and we're just going, well, who do we change him with? Like Perchy said, I'm not sure, Perchy, someone said you could put a traffic cone on the sideline during our games. It would have as much effect on our team as Ange. Ange sits, watches, right? Managers on the sideline, surely. This is the biggest thing for me, Bobby. It's not that we've been losing some games. We're Spurs fans. We've seen us lose many games over the years. For me, it's we sit and watch and we go, they're killing us down that right-hand side, or they're killing us down that left-hand side, or that one ball over the top, or they've got 3 men in midfield and our midfielders are nowhere to be seen. A manager's job in some of these games, surely, in all of these games, is to turn around and go, what have I seen? How do I change that in the second half? How do I go, right, this isn't working. Okay. We're 3-1 down. Let me change it. Bobby, we were 3-1 down to Liverpool, right? He's let the best team in Europe at the moment, Liverpool are the best team in Europe. He's let them have as many shots as they want in the first half because he's playing 2 at the back and a high line. And then you're thinking at half-time at 3-1 down, Ange, shut up shop. Do something. Get a 0-0 in the second half. We come out second half. We're even more wide open. And then fans are singing his name at 5-1 down. Tactically, no top club sits and watches a manager this naive, this inept, and says, well, no manager can do better. Frank,
how do we expect this guy to do well in a game, though? How do we expect him to manage well in a game when we clearly know just from the Austin incident alone that he doesn't even know how good his players are in training?
That's the point.
So that's another.
That's literally the point.
Bobby K, can I put it? Bobby K, can I put it to you? Bobby K, can I put it to you like this?
Yes, it's about time you said something. I've been waiting. My ears is Steve going to talk? Is my mic? Hello, is your mic on?
One of those, Steve. Use your one of those.
Steve, I'm going to try to do something I rarely do. I'm going to shut up now.
All right, cool. Thanks, Bobby. No, Bobby. All right, think about it like this, right?
You're in the shut up.
Bobby, think about it like this. You're in a relationship that started out good the first 10 weeks, let's say. First 10 weeks, the girl's amazing. Checks all the no red boxes, just a bunch of greens, right? It's going well. And then all of a sudden it just goes to shit. She's treating you poorly, and you've been with girls in the past that never treated you as bad as that. Never. They did that you could say they're like the football equivalent, they're breaking records of losing to Arsenal and going 1-0 down at home in 15 times in the Prem, or not winning a home game for 2 whole months. Stuff like so, right? You're that girl, and you persist with it for 2-3 years. Are you gonna break up with her? Or are you gonna persist because it's like, I don't know the next girl that I'm gonna be with? Maybe she's worse. Like, how about you just cut off or if you're in a business, if you make a poor investment, do you pull out of it when it's been awful and you're losing money for 2 years? Do you persist with it when everybody's telling you, yo, that stock is not going up anytime soon? Their place is closing down, by the way, and they're not going to get bought out by anyone because they have no value. Do you just cut your losses and invest in something else? Or do you persist with something that you know is not going to work?
To answer your question,
that's why you would get rid of Ange. Ange is the girl that is treating you horribly, even though the first 10 weeks were great. Ange is the business investment that for the first 10 weeks was going up, up, and up. But then something happened, and now you're screwed, and you know it's not going to get better.
So
regardless of previous history.
Who's my new investment partner?
That doesn't matter. You're losing money. You're losing money. What? You're in a horrible relationship.
You stop the bleeding.
This is just becoming.
You stop the bleeding.
Right, Bobby? Is that what you would do?
No, because can I name you 10 managers? Can I name you 10 managers? I'm sure every Spurs fan
as long as I don't have to Google them, go ahead.
Right. So straight away from the Premier League, managers that would do better than Ange that I think would be achievable would be Iriola, Marco Silva.
How do you spell that?
Iriola, Marco Silva, Thomas Frank, right, and Glasner of Crystal Palace. With the style Glasner plays, with the players we've got, would work perfectly. If I'm going to look outside of the Premier League, now these might not be for everyone. I'd look at a Palladino of Fiorentina. Yes. I would look at Mikel of Girona. I would look at Terzic, who's available. I would look at Hoeneß of Stuttgart. Yeah. The manager I can never remember his name from Spain, not Real Betis, the other one. Possibly, yes.
Claudio Giraldez. That's my shout.
Giraldez.
Very good manager.
When I watch these teams play, right, these are teams who aren't winning leagues, but these are teams where you go, they look organized. They have a plan. They have a process. They look organized. They're hard to beat. So these are managers all across Europe that I've named there. I'm sure we could do this game all day long, where you go, Spurs should be able to attract those managers. But what we're doing is going.
How many of them are the ones that are going to stay and continuously propel us over the next few years?
Bobby, that's like being like, yo, I'm not going to break up my girl because the next girl, she might not be with me for a year. That's essentially what you're saying.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
Bobby, is that
because I'm so sick and tired of the shitty car ride.
So hang on.
My option is to either
one at a time. Please, one at a time.
I'll just say my options right now, the way I look at it is, if that's what you're saying, my options now is to jump out of the car or get a new car.
Yeah.
Right? But no problem. I'll get a new car, but I want that new shiny car that brings me those good feelings again. And I haven't had them in so long.
But Bobby,
this is not just under Ange. This is 4 years.
No, this is just under Ange
now. Bobby,
this is just under Ange.
It's not really bad under Ange.
This isn't true. This isn't true. None of those other managers have had this loss rate. None of those other managers have had this bad point per game. None of those other managers had us bottom. Do you know the only other manager in the last 15 years that's had us bottom half?
Was it? One day Ramos, wasn't it?
No, last 15 years. It's Pochettino.
Oh, yes.
What happened to him when he got us bottom half?
Sacked.
Right? So when we're saying, again, Bobby, I feel like you're not having a middle ground. The next manager?
I don't, Savva. That's what I think. That's where I'm frustrated.
Okay. But is Glasner, I'm just for example, right? People in the chat will go, Glasner. Is Glasner going to come in and we go, we're winning the league? No. Can Glasner come in, give us a playing style where we actually look like a cohesive, cognitive football team, plays players in their right position, and actually doesn't make us look stupid in press conferences and interviews, shuts his mouth, does the professional thing, works as a coach on a training pitch? Yes. Now, is Glasner going to be that guy? Let's say a hypothetical world, Bobby, hypothetical world, 4 years' time, 3 years' time, right? Spurs sell to, I don't know, Elon Musk. I don't know. I'm just making it up. Spurs sell to Elon Musk. And Elon Musk says, you know what? I'm going to put in every penny available to me under FFP to make Spurs great. At that time, we have the conversation. Is Glasner, just for this example, Frank, whoever, is Glasner the guy? You then say, right, take us from 5th to winning a league title with hundreds of million. Maybe, maybe not. But at the moment, Bobby, we're so far away from should we be challenging for titles that we need a manager that can come in and just actually make us not a laughing stock.
Yeah.
Bobby,
we need a manager
is
that can win
laughing
2
at
games
us.
in a row. We need a manager.
Everyone, Bobby, is
for a
laughing
long
at us.
time, though.
No, but these levels are ridiculous. Our
Now
manager,
they're rolling around on the floor laughing, but we've been laughed at for a very long time.
yes, but Bobby, this manager says so many dumb, stupid things that the number of gifs, the number of memes, other fan bases are going, keep him. Please keep him. He's that bad.
Bobby, your team is so bad, right? Bobby, real quick, Ben. Your team is so bad, I think you're going to lose to Tamworth. That will be one of the FA Cup shots.
I don't think we will.
And you know
lose
what?
to
Nobody can say to me like, "Oh my God, that's so crazy," because you've been in horrible.
No,
Steve, I
We're going to lose to Tamworth.
We're not losing.
But Savva, it's possible.
It's
much more possible.
And the sad thing is, he's not wrong.
No, but listen.
I agree.
Okay,
if he loses to Tamworth, and if
everybody will wake up if
his defenders. No,
sorry,
Steve,
boys. I've got customers. I've got to jump quickly. Lovely to see you guys.
You're live in 20?
Live in 20. Cheers.
I'll transfer over to you, Ben, in 20. Steve, they won't. If Spurs lost to Liverpool, Arsenal, and Tamworth 3 games in a row, there will still be fans going, give him time. He needs new players. Our fan base is so split. And if you notice, no offense, all the people in the chat that say things like, the Spurs community are laughing at Ange Outer's cam because they're so deluded. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. Right. But Bobby, the problem is this. All the people that are saying
deluded. I got no problem with that.
All the people that are saying things like, just back the manager, give him time. Yeah. When I ask them for a competent argument as to why, what's he done to suggest he will get better, none of them can say anything other than, but we're fans, we back the manager. That's great. I'm not here for that. I'm here for football talk.
Can I say this then?
Sure.
How about the reason I would say I want him to stay and I don't want a Band-Aid solution, because my fear is that a new manager comes in, pushes us up. We get, by some crazy miracle, we hit top 4. Okay? We finish in a Champions League position. Then we all know the evil bastard at the top of the food chain is licking his chops. He's happy. He's got exactly what he wants. And then we're right back to staying there because that's the level that this board seems to be happy with. We don't push on again. So do we? This is why I'm wondering: do we fall further down the rabbit hole before things have to drastically? I think we're at the point where we need a drastic change.
Like what? Like what, Bobby? Okay, Bobby. Let's say Spurs fall down the rabbit hole and we finish 17th this season, right? I know what you're getting at. You're getting at what other fans getting at. They think if we finish that low down, that will suddenly mean Daniel Levy and Enid go, oh,
he's never leaving. 17th. They're never leaving.
Let's tell them. So what's the drastic change you're talking about then, Bobby?
That's what I'm saying. Will it then propel enough fans? So we have a lot of people and I know they're in the chat and everything like that. We're saying, okay, you guys are the ones that are saying Levy out, but you don't show up to the protests, right? And they're right. I've seen chats where there's hundreds of people
Cam,
saying
stop being
leave
a
me out,
dickhead.
leave me out, and they don't show up. So what's that?
Not you. Sorry, Cam. I can't have a
Normally you call me a
non-Spurs
dickhead off
supporter.
screen.
No. I can't have a non-Spurs fan coming in here and saying we want to lose. I've never said I want Spurs to lose a game.
Oh, it's mental.
I've never said that. Cam, one more, you're blocked. You are not a Spurs fan. You have said yourself you will follow Ange when he goes to a new club. Please get out of our club. You are not a Spurs fan. Politely, F off. You're not Spurs. Yeah? You're an Ange fan. You support a man. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like me supporting Steve McLaren when he went abroad and managed in Holland. Why would I follow a man? It's weird. Get a life. Sorry.
I'd
Sorry.
follow I'd probably follow Van de Ven.
Can I? All right, that's a you thing. Can I ask a big
ahead,
question?
Steve.
Where were y'all? All right. Who was the manager before Poch?
The manager for Pochettino was Tim Sherwood.
Sherwood.
All right. What
But
were
only interim.
What was the state of Spurs when you guys appointed Poch? What was the state of Spurs? Better than today?
I think
or
we finished. I think sorry.
Was it bet? What?
Say that last bit again. Was it?
I was just saying. Overall, were you guys in a worse spot or a better spot than today when you appointed Poch?
In a better spot. We've never been.
You've been in the same. You've been in the same, pretty much.
Yeah, mate.
Right?
Listen. When Sherwood left, look, I'll show you this again for all these people that don't quite get how bad this manager is. I'll say this again. Look at not that. Well, that as well, but this. Look,
I mean, it's got worse.
if you actually look before Poch joined, Tim Sherwood actually did a really solid job. He did a very, very solid job. People didn't like it, though, because he wasn't a big name. This is a manager, by the way. He had 22 games, Steve. None of his own players. He picked up a really crap squad. Poch picked that up, as you can see from the stats. The first year was tough. Yeah, not like Ange tough. First year was tough. And then after that, look at it. Was really good. Yeah. Right?
Progression.
But Poch, the difference is, Steve, under Poch, week on week, month on month, you could see it doing that. Ange, it's doing that.
Did anyone think Poch would do what he did at Spurs, by the way?
No.
So Bobby K, the whole point of sacking Ange is that hopefully you get in a nice surprise like Poch.
That's a sad reality, Steve. Is it going to take a Cinderella manager and a Cinderella season for us to finally win something instead of us being where we feel we deserve to be, which is competing for a trophy at least one every season?
The competing argument is I can't. Sorry, can I just jump in? Can we stop talking about competing for titles and trophies? Because
anything. It's been so long, Perch.
Yeah, no,
I know you're only 14, but in mine and Savva's lifetime, we haven't seen much.
Ooh, that's harsh. I'll let you have that on because you're Bobby K. But no. But my point here is though, we're not at a stage of competing. We're nowhere near that.
And you weren't before you appointed Poch, correct?
No, I know, but I'm not even worried. I
We
agree.
were building up, but we were building up.
Let me just.
Were you?
Let me just explain my point.
Go ahead, Perch.
And it's simple, really. It's really, really simple. Even someone that sticks and defends his manager will get it. This, by just sticking with this manager, where do we go? We're going backwards, right? We're going backwards.
Yeah.
We're so far behind. This isn't even a gamble. I get it, right? I kind of get Bobby's point to a certain extent. You don't know if the grass is greener. I would get that I could get that argument when we had Conte. You don't know what the grass is greener because we've got an elite manager there. This isn't an elite manager. This is a very, very crap manager that has taken us from here to here. And we're all going, we don't know what it could be on the other side if we get another manager. I'll tell you what the answer is. We get a better manager, we go that way. And
Bobby,
I guarantee it.
We've lost the most games in the top 16 of the Premier League table.
That's fucking atrocious.
That is atrocious. This isn't bad form. That is, look at that.
Again, though, guys, you're letting the facts and the stats get in the way of your
Don't lie, my friend. You sound like someone.
Bobby K, basically what I'm trying to say to you, bro, is let's say one time in your life you had a great, how long was Poch at Spurs? 6 years?
About 6 years, 5.5 years.
So Bobby K, in 2013 till 2019, y'all had a supermodel girlfriend. Wasn't quite good enough, and then the girls since then have been crap. Are you going to just give up forever on dating? Or are you going to try something new to hopefully find that even better girl than your like best one?
I can't answer that question the way I would really want to, not on this channel.
That's an amazing.
His wife can't see this. His wife cannot see his answer to that question.
I hear footsteps upstairs, and I know the kids have left for school.
Yeah.
So it's alive, and I don't want to die today.
Can we call this for what it is, right? Never, ever, ever before has a manager at Spurs done this badly and had this much of the fan base wanting them to stay with feelings rather than any evidence that it's getting better. And no more than my friend Faz, who says things like this.
No, look, he won't.
Look, hang on. This is my point. Faz, give me something that shows in 3 years he will deliver for sure. This is another throwaway comment. Hang on. This is another throwaway comment, which sounds nice. This is the I'm a better fan than you comment. Savva, you're a toxic negative fan because you don't say things like and will deliver. So I'll ask Faz nicely. Faz, please tell me, what evidence have you got? What can you turn around and say? What has Ange done that statistically, evidentially demonstrates that he will deliver when he has got the worst points per game ratio of any manager in 27 years? What are we doing here, to quote the great Perchy from Perchy TV? What are we doing here? Why are we not looking at the facts, and why are we not disgusted? Why, as a fan base, are we not all going, this is horrific?
Yeah.
Why? Go on, Bobby.
I've given up.
All right, fair. You have the nihilism. All right.
I've given up. I've gotten to the point, and I've said this to my friends in the community, and I'll say it now. I know I've said it in other streams.
You didn't say it to me. I thought we were friends.
We are friends, right? We are friends, Perchy. I do like you, even with the beard. So Jesus. I meant that as a compliment. It's looking.
I'll take it.
Well, look at that. There's a bearded crew here, right? So my thing is, honestly, I've just gotten so far into the point in my life where, at the age I'm at, where reality sucks. Life itself is harsh. Things around you are tough. And this is supposed to be a source of joy. My football is supposed to be my passion, my love. This is supposed to be the 90 minutes a week that I get to leave my reality behind, go into a fantasy world of watching these guys bring me some form of joy.
Play a game.
They don't do that. Yeah. And that's why.
Under this manager, they don't do that. No, you're right.
They haven't done it in a while for me, Savva. Not just under him. That's what I'm saying.
Bobby,
I was very frustrated watching this team under Conte. I was frustrated watching this team under Jose. I was frustrated watching him under Nuno. For me, after Poch, Martin Jol was the first kick in the nuts. Poch was the second kick in the nuts. And that's why, to me, I've gotten to the point where I've just got to kind of try to just look at the silver lining. And that's what I consistently try to do. I know I'm wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say it makes me right. I know I'm wrong.
I love that.
At least you own it.
I know I'm wrong. I know it's just absolutely ridiculous mentality to have, and nothing will change into the positive that we all want to see and feel we deserve. But that's my choice personally.
And do you know what?
Right now.
Do you know what, Bobby? I listen. That's why I always applaud you for owning it. At least listen. I get it. Do you know what? If more people turn around and said, "Do you know what? Ange is a terrible manager, but I've given up and I don't care," I'll almost sympathize with them, right? But that's as someone who has got a full-time YouTube channel that's talking about Spurs, right? I can't just turn around and go, "I've given up, I don't care," because I do, right? The problem that we've got here, right, is, Kuva and I had this conversation yesterday about something slightly different, but it still applies, is
You were on the phone with Bobby yesterday?
No, WhatsApp. We don't speak. Don't worry. I wouldn't cheat on you like that, Bobby. I wouldn't do that to you, man. She said the difference is, it's like there are a lot of people out there that will make videos about me, right? There are a lot of people that will put YouTube comments about me, other YouTubers, I mean. And what they do is, I love it. When they're making this content about me, it's fine. They can do what they want. What they're doing is they're hating my point, but they're not refuting any of the actual factual evidence. So what we're doing is, if I say to these people, do you want to come on and debate me? They'll say no, because they've got no argument other than, I'm a Spurs fan, back the manager. That's brilliant. You're a super fan, not you, Bobby. You're a super fan. Well done, you back the manager. Me, I want my club to do better, which is not backing a manager that is showing us evidentially, statistically, factually, that it's getting worse. For me, as I've always said, I'll have anyone on my show, but so far, I've not seen anybody that can come to me during a debate show, which is live at 6 p.m. tonight. I've not seen anybody that can come to me on a debate show, lay out factual evidence and say, this is why you're wrong about Ange. This is why he's a top manager. This is where he's going to move you forward. What they do is feelings. I feel it's getting better.
Appeal to emotion. Appeal to emotion.
I feel it's getting worse.
Nice guy.
But
this is exactly what people like him do. I assure you it will work. How? It will work. This is what he does. When? Where? Where is the... No one can actually provide a football debate. Now, do you know what you do get, guys? What you get is all the debates for keeping him aren't about him being good. They're about the failures of the club in the past. Yeah. All of the reasons for keeping him are, I don't want a new manager again. Sure, but that doesn't mean this manager's good. A new manager might not win. Sure, but that doesn't mean this manager's good. Right? Yeah. Yes. Oh, but Levy won't back a new manager to... Sure, but that doesn't mean this manager is good. No one out there can seem to come on and debate fact over feeling. So all these people making videos about me, they're better fans than me, sure. They're more positive than me, sure. Whatever. Because they say nice things and I just back the manager. Savva's a bad fan because he doesn't like a manager that is statistically the worst in 27 years, right?
And I'm a deluded one because I'm saying don't change him. So let's keep faith.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it. I put the debate show out there, right, guys, so that all these people that all day long tell me in chats that I'm wrong, all day long make videos about me. Where are they? Where are they turning up all day long? The guy that came onto my show, no, I've got nothing against him. He's not a bad guy. Alan from Spurs Logic TV, nice guy, came on my show. You're negative. You're toxic. Spurs are going to finish third on 81 points. Cool. Where are those fans now coming back on my show to say, shit, we got it terribly wrong? Yeah, it's not good. They won't do it, Bobby, because there's a difference. Sorry, I know I'm passionate about this. There is a difference between having a football conversation and the feelings conversation.
Yeah.
There is a huge difference. And most of our fan base seem to have turned into this feelings rather than knowing the club and actually being able to debate football. Sorry, I'll finish there.
I mean, do you know what the terrifying thing about that was? We're going to finish third with 81 points. You know it's bad when we actually physically can't get 81 points now. Statistically, we can't. We can, the most points, if we win our last 18 games, we get
you're just being points. Negative.
78 points.
Again, facts.
Doesn't this sum up what I just said? Look, he's going to change the cup on what?
It's actually getting worse.
It's getting worse.
No, but do you know what the problem is? Is this is the point, man. When you hear comments like that, there's no there's no evidence to prove it. It's just buzzwords. We've lived in a world of buzzwords where process, project, culture, they're all buzzwords that hit your dopamine effect.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna change our culture. How?
It's who we are, mate.
It's who we are, mate. Perchy, we've been told.
Steve.
When these people are saying
he'll change the culture. We were told in the summer that he already had.
Yeah.
We were told in his second season, he adapts. In his second season, you get better. All of these people are wrong at every turn. None of them. I'd love Faz to come on. I'd love Cam Tinley. I'd love some of these guys to actually come on and say, Savva, X, Y, Z, and we can debate it. But it's easier to lie. It's easier to tell lies.
Or be in denial.
That's pretty much, yeah. That's Steve. That's what I was. It's funny. You took the words right out of my mouth. I choose to live in denial.
But I don't. But I don't think a lot of these, and just to sort of quote go full circle on it, I don't think a lot of these are in denial. I think it's saying nice things for nice things' sake. A lot of these don't believe it, and the ones that sit there and say they do, they're not Tottenham fans. Unfortunately, they've come because the manager's here. And unfortunately, that is unfortunate. There is a much more Australian contingent at this football club, but they will not be here when this manager goes. So,
but it's the same like the South Korean contingent that's here because of Sonny.
Yeah, and by the way, but I have no problem with that. By the way, I'm not saying that I haven't got an issue with us having fans that's. I think it's a bit. I believe what Savva said. I find it a bit weird that you follow a player or a manager. Personally, I found it weird when we had the Jose lot that came in. That was weird anyway. But what I will say, what I don't get, it's when people are saying they will get better. It's funny, isn't it? These same people that are big Ange followers can't tell the reason why they're going to get better.
Look at that.
They should be, yeah.
Look at that. It's brilliant. Spot on. They
Okay.
praised Ange, took us from 8th to 5th. Now we're in 12th. It's Levy. Do you know what, Perchy? I'm going to take you back. We're going to end the show in 3 or 4 minutes, and I'm going to send you all over to Ben Kaufman's channel, and I'm going to ask nicely, guys, please go over there. Even if you can't watch the show today, get that man to 1,000 subscribers so we can start monetizing. He's such a good person. He's so good in this community. Please do, right? I'm going to take you back, Perchy, to probably about 365 days ago, right? In and around this time where we signed Timo Werner. It was about the 9th of the, right?
Yeah.
Me, you, and a couple of other people were on a show. It was a Saturday morning. We were on a show about Timo Werner. This sums up our fan base. Go back and I'll put the link in here. People, go back and watch that show and look. I had 1,000+ people in the chat. And the abuse, because I was like, what are we doing? This club is a joke buying Werner, right? Signing Werner. The abuse that I got on that show, the comments calling me deluded, negative, toxic, right? Yeah, he's great. He's perfect for Ange Ball. He's brilliant, blah, blah, blah. Ange will get the best out of him, right? That was a year ago. Now, fans say things like, well, what's Ange meant to do with Werner? Hang on. You were all in my chat telling me he was a good signing. But fans who have been consistent, we're now the devil because we said this was going to happen. As
I always say, and I say it all the time, you can never be wrong if you change your opinion like the wind. You can never be wrong if you keep changing your opinion to suit whatever narrative is out there. You can never be wrong. It's madness.
Yeah, look, we're gonna end the show. I think Perchy has always said this to me. Always. Said the beauty of these people, right? By the way, Bobby, I've redirected everybody. So after this show, you should send them over. The beauty of this is, Perchy is right. If you change your opinion every month on players, on managers, you can never, ever be wrong because you've said so much. You can never be wrong. The problem is with someone like me, I've kept my opinion for over a year. I go online every day and say it, and people still like I said to you this morning, Perchy, I got the message saying, oh, you're so knee-jerk.
No, you're
saying
not.
this for a year. So look, guys.
You've been consistent. I'll say that. You have been consistent. And the thing is that the new voices that are out there that are against Ange, that speak against the club and everything, it's not that you're negative. You're basically saying that I know that my club can do better and deserves better, and we as fans deserve better. And I applaud you guys for willing to put yourselves through that emotional distress, because I know it's got to be hurting too, because you're sitting here trying to say, I do support this club. I love this club. I want the best for this club. Yet you're getting attacked by your own fan base. Scott M, perfect example. He's in the chat right now. I see him. Good morning to you, Scott. I love calling this guy the deluded happy clapper. Because Scott, you know what I mean? He just wants me. He's very critical the way he is. Now, it bothers me when he makes the next comment. The easiest thing is for his fans to be super positive, and we get it wrong. Allows me to turn off I don't turn off my tiny brain, Scott. I just decide to not let it affect my heart anymore. That's where I personally am. You know, that's for me. That's you know, personally, Savva, there's a lot other things going on with me right now. That's why I just cannot allow this to become a black cloud in my life. I refuse to allow it.
You need to find a good MLS team or something, bro.
You know what? I thought I had one, and then I realized I live in Toronto. All my teams suck in every sport, Steve, except for the Bills. The Bills finally, after all these years, after almost close to 30 years of supporting them as well, almost 35, they're finally doing well again. But I'm an Oilers fan, I'm a Bills fan, I'm a TFC fan, and I'm a Spurs fan. So a life of misery is what I've chosen. So I decided to get married.
The last thing I'll say, this last comment, B Banjo, first and foremost, yes, absolutely everyone can change their opinion. When you change your opinion every month, though, every week,
game by
it
game,
holds no validity. Also, Banjo, I will definitely change my opinion. You know what? When the evidence over a period of time suggests I should change my opinion. Yeah. There is being stubborn and there's being silly, right? So if I turn around today, imagine I go on tonight's show and say James Maddison's the best player at Spurs. And then next week, after James Maddison makes a mistake, you hear me going, I've never wanted James Maddison. This guy's shit, right?
Yeah.
That's what people do, right? I've not changed my opinion. After the first 15, 16 games, my opinion of Ange was, I've seen enough. I don't rate him as a manager. His tactics are awful. I've stuck with that because you know what? Nothing has changed in that time to make me say I was wrong in my opinion. Guys, I know it wasn't a dig at me, Banjo. I'm just saying people can change their opinion. Guys, I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you so much. I would just say Faz has put in a super chat. Big up, Faz. This is the new excuses now, but look at Newcastle last year. I love this. First of all, it's don't change the manager because of Man United.
Did they, Steve? Sorry, Steve, you would know. Did they have 9 losses at this point last year? Same thing?
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
We had a rough. But the difference is we ended up. The difference is that we ended up finishing 7th. Y'all are not going to finish 7th.
If we finish 6th, so if we finish 6th, then we're better than Newcastle.
But
that ain't gonna happen. You guys are not getting European.
I'll just do that one last one just to watch Savva and Perchy sigh one more time.
You guys are not getting European football. Angepostecoglou pass.
I just what I find funny about it is we clutch at everything. You remember the first excuse, Perchy, was, but look at Arteta's first 2 years. We've now gone from that to, but he lost Harry Kane. Then it's, but Man United sacked their manager. But Newcastle were on 9 defeats last year. Why are we always comparing ourselves to other clubs?
Yeah, always. Yeah, it's always.
But look at them. These other clubs sorted their shit out.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to people. Half these defeats were when we didn't have the injuries.
Yeah.
Like, stop. Guys, I'm leaving it there. I'm hungry. I'm live at 6. I just can't deal with people. I just can't deal with this. Oh, I'm a better fan. I just hope, and we're going to win every game. And guys, thanks, Steve. Perchy, thank you. I mean, Perchy's given me 4 hours this morning. Big up, Bobby K.
I'll invoice you in the morning.
That's quality daddy son time, man. That's excellent.
I'll invoice him. It's fine.
And the last thing I'll say is this, guys. Please, can we please, as a fan base, get out of this notion that if you bring in a new manager, it means you have to start a whole new project, process, plan.
I just want one brought in that stays for more than 6 months. That's it.
I want one that stays for 6 months if they do a job good enough to stay in for 6 months. Like, I don't just want to keep people with their shit.
Yeah.
As Steve said, if you start dating a girl
And after you've gone through the honeymoon period, if it's shit, you're not going, you know what, I'll give this person 2 years of my life. You're going, nah.
25.
Nah. Nah.
23 happy years now I've been married. It's great. I love every moment. Let's go over to Ben's.
By the way, this guy said Savva wanted Poch sacked. Do you know what, Acha? It got to the stage with Poch, yes, where he'd been here so long and gone through the other side that he had to go for him and for us. So, yes, but when Poch was flying for 4 seasons, I didn't hear anyone say sack Poch. What we were all saying was, Levy, back him. Levy, back this manager. Give him top players. The problem is he went so far the other way, HR. Yeah, he had us down in 14th. He had to go.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. We all knew it was when he made those comments. He was a manager that kind of conceded the fact.
Wouldn't it be lovely to hear Savva grovelling? I mean, my name's got 2 V's in it, Demetrius. Thank you. Wouldn't it be lovely to hear Savva grovelling when Ange win League Cup and European Cup, miss Europe next year and win the league next year? I mean, I tell you what, if Angepostecoglou wins the League Cup, the Europa League, and wins the league next year, I will grovel. There you go.
Yeah.
No. You will not just grovel. There's something else that you've committed yourself to, and I've got the clip.
Oh, yeah.
Listen. At the end of the day, why would I grovel? Listen, this man, right, is brought here to do well. He should be doing well, but he ain't winning a league anytime soon. Demetrius, are you going to grovel to me right now? Because at the moment, he's not doing any of these things.
Yeah.
Are you going to grovel to me now because we're bottom half?
It's always one-sided.
It always works for us that want him out, that we would have to grovel. You know. What about when he gets sacked for being shit, Demetrius? Are you going to grovel?
Are you going to come back and apologise saying you got it absolutely bang on wrong every time?
I promise you I will not.
Guys, yeah, I'll leave it on this from Kuva. Anjin, the Messiah will lead us to the promised land. Right.
That's why he's my spirit animal. I love this guy.
Fair play.
My delusional brother.
Absolutely. Guys and girls, it is what it is. Guys, I'll be back at 6 p.m. for Debate Savva. Then on Big Up tonight at 7:45, I'm going to do a live watch-along for Wolves, Nottingham Forest. Always fun over there. We remove all the stress of Spurs and we just watch football. It's great. We just watch football, all get along. And then tomorrow, I've got my morning show with Jose El Tel Cockerell. And then in the evening, we've got the debut panel show, which is called The Collective, with myself, Charlie Blue Brother, Hooks from Arsenal. We've got Wolfie from Nottingham Forest and Puxty, who is a Liverpool fan. So us 5 will have a brand new panel show for you. I'll see how much they laugh at me as a Spurs fan. Thank you to everybody. I'm going to send you over to Ben now. Please like and subscribe to his channel. Yeah, he thoroughly 100%. Deserves it. Yes. Much love. Take care, other than you, Kuva. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.
Goodbye.